Tonight, we are having two council meetings. Once again, we're going to open the special council meeting that starts at 6 o'clock, do our study session with Plan and Transportation and our master plan for public arts, and then we're going to close our meeting and reopen under our standard 7 o'clock time. So, I'm sorry, thank you. Park and Recs, and all those R's and P's. Yes. So can the clerk please call the roll for the special meeting?
Councilmember Berman.
Here.
Councilmember Burt. Here. Councilmember Holman. Here. Councilmember Klein. Vice Mayor Niss. Councilmember Price. Councilmember Sharp. Councilmember Schmidt.
Here.
Mayor Shepherd.
Here.
6 President of Council. Now I'll call the roll for the Park and Rec Commission. Commissioner Ashland. Here. Commissioner Cromie. Here. Commissioner Hederly.
Here.
Commissioner Lowing.
Here.
Commissioner Knopper.
Here.
Commissioner Markovich.
Here.
Commissioner Reckdahl.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you. And our first item and only item for this particular meeting is the study session with council members and our Park and Rec commissioners on the Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Recreation Master Plan process and outcomes. Staff, you have a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and members of the council and commission. I'm Greg Betts, Director of Community Services. And first, I'd like to introduce to my right Lauren Schmidt, who's a principal with the consulting firm of MIG. She'll be leading us through a PowerPoint presentation in just a little bit. I'd also like to introduce the city's landscape architect, Peter Jensen, who is helping to guide this master planning process. I've got to contain my excitement about tonight's presentation because this is really a very exciting project. It's a project that will take the next year and a half to do right. But I'm excited because not only have we had the active involvement of the Parks and Recreation Commission in developing the scope of work for this plan to make sure that it truly is comprehensive, but I'm also very excited because we have the right company to do this study. We interviewed 4 separate firms that were very well qualified for the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And MIG not only brought the experience, the background, but a tremendous amount of enthusiasm to this project and passion. We've already had an opportunity to spend an entire day, both staff and representatives of MIG, in a shuttle bus driving north, south, east, and west in Palo Alto, visiting a variety of parks, open space areas, trails, community centers, poking at things, asking questions, taking photographs, meeting people in the parks, and getting their feet on the ground all over town. Tonight, we have just an hour to cover 3 principal things. Lauren will give you an idea of the scope of work of what's in this master planning process and what's not in this process. She'll also talk a little bit about how we've tried to dovetail the citywide parks, trails, open space, and recreation master plan with other planning initiatives that are happening in Palo Alto, such as our Palo Alto. This initiative is not being done in a vacuum. We're not going to just simply ask people, what do you think about your recreational opportunities, or how do you like to enjoy our parks? We want to ask them about how they recreate with a capital R in Palo Alto, and then let them tell us what they want to tell us about how they get to their parks, how often they use them, what's missing, what they enjoy, what could be further enhanced. And we will then share that information with planning, and we have a plan too that at all of our Palo Alto meetings, that any information that has any reference to recreation, to play, to parks, to our trails or open space will be communicated back to MIG as well. As I mentioned in our staff report, we have not had a cohesive master plan for Palo Alto since 1965, and that report was about 36 pages. Well, I can guarantee you this report is going to be much more comprehensive, and it will accomplish a number of things because, frankly, when we have had projects that, such as the renovation of individual parks, we're asked to accommodate dog parks and bocce and picnicking and trails and a number of different amenities. And it's not a very efficient system to be able to make decisions kind of on a piecemeal by piecemeal basis. This will give us an opportunity to look at all of our parks in Palo Alto, all of our facilities, including how are we using our classrooms at the Stern Center, at the New Mitchell Center, and Coverly in providing a myriad of programs and services. Lauren is also going to talk tonight a little bit about the public outreach and citizen engagement process. I'm also very excited about this engagement process because last Monday night, as I was listening to your discussion about the National Citizen Survey, I heard with interest your talk about, well, how do we capture information from renters, from young people, from seniors, from Asians, from people that have just moved here to Palo Alto, and I think Lauren will cover a number of innovative techniques of capturing that information using both in-park activities, stakeholder meetings, online surveys, and a number of different methods to be able to glean as much information as possible. And then finally, we'll talk a little bit about the timeline of this project, both the check-ins that we're going to have with the Parks and Recreation Commission, which will be fairly frequent, as well as 3 different upcoming check-ins with the City Council, so that you have check-in points along the way to ask questions of what we're hearing. First, on the demographics. What are we finding about our community? What are some of the needs? What are some of the gaps? And then ultimately, the hope of this plan is to be able to look at our very precious resources of how do we use our resources, both short-term, 5 years, mid-term, 10 years, and long-term, 25 years, for making sure that our parks, recreational facilities, trails, and open space continue to be properly conserved, relevant, fun, and safe. We're also going to use this information for grant development, for working with our many partners to identify gaps that our partners can fill, and who knows, maybe even in the future looking at other funding opportunities like the successful Measure In that may bring in funds for necessary improvements to either keep up, catch up, or further expand or acquire more parkland. So that is my overview. I'd like to introduce Lauren Schmidt to give you a little bit of an understanding of what it is we're going to be doing. Lauren?
Thank you, Greg. And I'm so pleased to be here tonight and to have the benefit of both the council and the commission and to get to give both of you an overview of where we're going with this plan so early in the process. First off, I want to point out that you have a very unique situation here. You have, you're what we would consider a constrained community, and that means every square foot of your parkland is so valuable. And the point that Greg made earlier about, well, do you put this here or this here? You get those requests all of the time. And you need to do the best thing for the community, and our intent is to develop a plan that will help you make those choices. So that's what this process is set up to do. So wanted to just point that out. What we're going to cover is the whole range of your services. So not just the parks and the facilities within them, but also the developed areas of the preserves, we're not going to be doing a habitat plan, but we are going to be talking about how those resources interact with the park system. We're going to talk about your recreation programs and services, what you're doing now, and should you be moving in a different direction in the future. We're going to talk about maintenance and how you operate the system and how you continue to sustain it into the future. And we're also going to talk about capital improvements, but all of those things relate. So this is not going to be the kind of plan that is just the wish list, laundry list of things to build in the future. It'll have that, but it'll also have the total package of how you provide services and how you integrate the park system with all of these other efforts that you have underway. So the community outreach program is really a critical aspect of finding out what it is that is going to be the best direction for your community. And we do have, as Greg mentioned, some, I think, a very nice and robust process of meeting with both the Park and Rec Commission and the Council, but we're also going to be touching base with some of your other standing committees who do touch on parks and recreation issues. But a lot of the focus of our outreach is going to be on how we engage the broader community. And we're a participatory planning and design firm. Community engagement is a cornerstone of how we approach planning and design. And we have some principles that we apply to that as we design a process. We've sat down and you got in your packet the public engagement plan that we've developed for this process. And as Greg mentioned, there's been a lot of thinking that's gone into that. How does it relate to other efforts, things that you've recently done? How does it tie into the citizen survey? And who have you not been hearing from? So we do have some target audiences that we want to reach. We also have some of those folks that you maybe haven't been reaching as well in the Parks and Recreation conversation, and we are targeting some of our techniques so we can make sure we hear from folks you don't usually hear from in the planning process, people who maybe aren't using your parks, youth, senior citizens. And then you have a unique situation where some of your community members use parks in other communities. You also have people from other communities coming here, and we want to get a sense of what is that demand that's being placed on your park system. So we have some techniques where we'll try to assess that level of use. So some of the things that will continue throughout the project are a project web page. We've been talking with our Palo Alto about how we'll cross-link between that page and the one for the Parks Master Plan. You also have a very strong use of social media sites, particularly through community services. And so when we prepare public information updates, which we'll do throughout the process, letting people know what's happening, where they can plug in, when there's new documents ready, we're developing ways that we can harness those channels that you've already got in place. So we're excited that you've already built those channels, and it's going to make it a lot easier to reach out more broadly in the community. A couple of things you may have noticed in the public engagement plan, we have a stakeholder advisory group that we're assembling for this project, and it'll have about 30 members that'll represent all of Palo Alto. It'll be a citizen advisory group. We do have workshops, and then we have a few other tools that I wanted to share with you about an online outreach tool and then also some in-person outreach. And then finally, towards the end of the process, we are going to use the Vovici survey tool that you as a city have signed on to, and we're excited about the capabilities that's going to offer later in the process. So one of the ways we're going to reach some of the folks that don't normally participate is through what we call intercept activities. And so we're going to actually go out to parks and to events and capture people's input when they're out recreating. And we'll ask for 5 to 10 minutes of their time, very quick. And we find these are a really successful way at getting some of those hard-to-reach populations, families that are out with their kids that don't have time to come to meetings, different cultural populations. And so we're targeting several locations and finalizing that with the input of staff. The other tool that we're very excited to deploy here, that's kind of the other end of the spectrum, very high tech as opposed to the very high touch intercept activities, is MAPITA, which is a mapping tool that was developed by social science researchers in Helsinki. And what it provides is a place-based way of providing feedback. And so people will actually be able to interact with a map and identify the park where they go and where they go in that park and what they do while they're there, and give us feedback about their views and their experiences and their priorities, and we'll be able to collect demographic information. So it's like an online questionnaire, but it's much richer and more engaging. And so we will be using that towards the beginning of the process and feeding that information into the needs assessment, which occurs in the second phase. So with that, I'll just give you a highlight of the schedule. And what you can see up here on the screen is there's a lot of things that are going to happen in that year and a half. There's a lot of technical things. There's a lot of public engagement things. But to summarize it, there's kind of two tracks that are going to continue all the way through, and that's the community engagement and the technical analysis. And what we're doing right now, this is really the beginning of the process. For the last month or so, we've been kind of getting all our ducks in a row and bringing in all the background information and coordinating with these other efforts. We're just at the point where we're getting started to begin running, and that's that spring 2014 line. So we'll be moving through the summer and into the fall, and then it really becomes developing recommendations and then circling that back through the public, through both of your review bodies as well as the other commissions and boards, and refining and making sure this is the right plan that balances things in the right way for Palo Alto. So as I've mentioned, we've already gotten started. You saw the public engagement plan in your packet, and you'll be seeing things as we roll forward, and they'll all be hosted on the web page too, so it's out there for anybody to take a look at. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the key deliverables of the resulting plan. So one of the things that I know staff is very excited about is to have a one-stop comprehensive inventory of everything that you have, because right now there isn't one. There's information in a lot of places, so that's something that's been identified as really critical need. The community needs assessment, which is a big part of this process, how we look at the parks system, what the community wants to see out of it. The capital development plan and what we call a cost model that looks at not just the capital costs, but also the operating costs. So if you add something to the park system, what's your long-term commitment to sustain that? And that'll be a tool, a worksheet that can be used by staff and updated in different scenarios, can be run in the future. We'll be looking at revenue generation and funding and a comprehensive policy document. You have some really good policies, but there's not a single one-stop parks and recreation policy document. So the intent is this will also achieve that. And there'll be some site-specific guidance. Now, this plan's not going to give you a new master plan for every site, but what it is going to give you is guidance of how you can put the puzzle pieces of some of these program elements together at your existing sites and get the most use out of them. So the intent is there'll be bubble diagrams of each site and recommendations around each site, as well as system-wide. And so that's what you can expect to see, what we're aiming at. With that, I didn't want to let this opportunity pass by to find out if there's anything that you as City Council or as the Parks and Recreation Commission wanted to convey to me, as well as to Greg and Peter, about what you would like to get out of the master plan. Have we not mentioned something that's been burning in your mind? And I would also be happy, Mayor Shepherd, now that I've given you an overview, to answer any questions that anybody may have as well. as the question that I've posed to you.
Okay, colleagues, are there any questions? Vice Mayor Niss.
One of the guidelines that I saw and thank you and good evening and so forth, one of the guidelines that I saw in here, and I've just gone through, and that's what it looks like when you see all the parks. We have a lot of parks. My question would be, are you going to compare us with other cities? I presume you are, of course, and see how we measure up. But one of your criteria is that you shouldn't be more than a half a mile from a park. And could you talk about that a little? Because in our quest for walking and health and so forth and so on, it would sometimes seem like it might be a good idea to walk more than a half a mile to get to a park. So maybe you could lend some understanding to that.
So that half-mile magic number is something that has floated around in the parks and recreation world for a number of years as a good measure of proximity. And there's a lot of reasons why having a park nearby is a good idea. When we look at needs, though, we're not going to, draw little circles around all your parks and look at a half a mile. We're going to look at needs, and we're going to look at different distances, and we're going to look at different recreation experiences. And in many communities, we'll draw that out of what we hear from your communities. But if exercising is one of them, we'll develop specific analysis criteria to look at your park system and your trail system and figure out where you can maximize that. And so if it's, we've had communities where, walks or runs of, 2 miles or more are something they're targeting, and we actually use GIS and analyze the system for that. So as we move into the needs assessment, we'll develop custom criteria. It will look at metrics that are important to the community, which might be health. It might be close to home or proximity. Some communities really, want to be able to walk a toddler to a park nearby. And so we'll find out from the community what they value most, and then we'll develop our analysis methodology around that.
Thank you. I hope that, as I said, we're not going to be held to something like that as criteria, because I think that would discourage maybe even more walking than, and this is a city that walks a lot, but also, to go out and explore. I think in my morning walk, I go by about 7 or 8 parks. So just so that it's on the record and we're not feeling that we have to be tied to that particular measurement. Thanks.
Councilmember Price?
Thank you for your presentation. In the introductory section of the staff report, it talks about a 5-year, 10-year, and 25-year kind of scenarios, improvements, acquisitions, et cetera. Now, in this master plan, will you be leaving with us some guidance or methodologies that can be used over time as we look forward for changes in programs that may be appropriate? Because as in every other industry, and your users change, the trends change, et cetera. So could you briefly address how that could be looked at? Because the programmatic needs and the constraints and opportunities at parks are not always in alignment. And if you could just briefly touch on that, I would appreciate it.
Oh, that's a really very good question, and it's really important in particular when you're looking at recreation, because you're right, the trends change maybe more rapidly than in transportation or than in water infrastructure, for example. When we do plans, we like to set them up so that they can provide guidance but yet flex with those changing circumstances. And part of that is identifying decision-making criteria so that you can flex as you need to when the circumstances change. A specific tool that will help with that is this capital and operations cost model, because we will probably end up recommending a process for how do you update that 5-year list. Well, we think you probably should be updating it every year, and then you should be applying those criteria about what should be on that list, because you may have an opportunity where, say, a grant comes up or a piece of land becomes available or somebody comes to you with a great programming idea and the circumstances have changed. And so this plan does need to be adaptable while at the same time keeping you moving in the right direction. And it's one of the reasons why that those two kind of refinement and recommendation bars on that schedule kind of continued so long is because there is a lot of circling back and refining and adjusting. And that's why we like to build our processes that way, so we can make sure we get that right balance and you have the tool that you need that will carry you into the future.
Councilmember Klein.
Thank you. My first question is on the outreach to our community. Do you have any examples of similar outreach programs you've done in other cities?
We do.
And how successful they've been in reaching the communities that we've identified as being under reached?
We've had good success. One of the things that is really helpful is to be flexible, and your staff, we have a really good rapport about how we'll adjust as we go through the process. Because one of the things that we do is we track attendance, and if we find that we're not hitting a population group that we want to hit, then we may, that list of activities that I gave you, we may actually give more emphasis to one or the other if we're finding that's more effective with one of the groups. So it's that continual feedback that allows us to adjust and to try a different tool if we, miss the mark at the outset. One of the reasons why we wanted to do some of the online and the face-to-face is that in a community like Palo Alto, we found that works really well. We get broad participation from people that are very technologically savvy and they want to give a little bit of focused time, and then we devote resources to that more intensive face-to-face to reach other populations. So we think that blend is going to be successful here from our past experience. And
could you give me some examples of cities?
Yeah, so one, for example, Overland Park, Kansas is a kind of corporate headquarters community, and we did a very similar approach and had very good success there. Longmont, Colorado, very similar approach. But we've also done outreach in and around Palo Alto on parks and recreation and on other projects. So right now we're working in Atherton on a civic center plan. And all of those projects have community engagement at some level. And for each of them, we apply, not the same kit of tools everywhere, because that's not a recipe for success. But what we do find is that high tech and high touch is the most effective.
Okay. I have a few questions on some of the statements in the report, if I may. Starting on page 6 of the report, acquisition of new parkland, etc. In those numbers, and this is sort of following up on what Vice Mayor Nish asked about, because I think that many of us think that we are quite well parked rather than being underparked. So I need to ask some questions as to what's included in the 187 acres. For example, is Coverly included in that 187?
No, it is not.
Why not?
None of the school district properties that are owned by the school districts are included in that 187. That is only the city-owned dedicated parkland.
Okay, but Cubberley is no longer used as a school, and we lease it. So I would really submit to you that Cubberley should be part of our calculations. And I think you've asked my next question as to why we don't include the school sites in some ways, even the ones that are active schools, because I think that our neighborhoods do regard the schoolyards as park space.
The methodology that we used was devised by the National Parks and Recreation Society to Vice Mayor Niss's question about where did that half-mile number come from, and that's a national standard, and we're using the same kind of guidelines about only counting city parks in that calculation and not the school district. But your point is very well taken.
I'm trying to look at this as an ordinary citizen. And for example, I live, as you know, Greg, fairly close to Jordan Middle School, and I'm well aware that my neighbors used the Jordan, very large Jordan playing fields for a whole variety of different recreational activities.
Schools and school use as parks is definitely a very common issue, and actually we have a meeting set up with the school district tomorrow to talk about parks planning and coordination and that kind of thing. So to your point, I think it'll be interesting as we conduct the inventory process. We can look at numbers in a couple ways. We can look at only city-owned land. We can look at what if we add the school districts to that? What does that mean? You know, what about land that we have long-term leases on? So I think that's a really good point for us to factor in as we look at the picture going forward.
Yeah, I think that the national standards are interesting, but I don't think that one size fits the entire country. It makes a lot of sense. And we have some, maybe all communities have unique circumstances, but we certainly have ours. And the last one along those lines is, how do you factor in Stanford? Again, there are many people in the community who use the playing fields at Stanford and the open space, and so that when I think somebody is looking to perhaps move into our community and they assess the recreational opportunities, they're not going to be as concerned about these jurisdictional guidelines. Then I'm concerned about the statement at the top of page 7 that says parcels where existing neighborhood parks could be expanded or strategic sites where parkland could be acquired should be identified. I guess my reaction to that is I hope you're not going to spend too much time on that. Unless you can identify some sites now, because I think most of us recognize that Palo Alto is 99% built up, and that if you know of some large enough vacant land that we could acquire, speak up. But I don't think there are few, if any, of those animals around.
You're quite right. I'll use as an example, for example, Mayfield Park, which is the small L-shaped park that wraps around the College Terrace Library. Mm-hmm. If you were to look at it, you would almost think this isn't really a park, it's more like a landscaping for the library. Mm-hmm. But there is an adjacent vacant parcel. And while we don't necessarily want to lead to land speculation about, publishing a list of saying that we are going to acquire these parcels of land, we would like to have a back pocket list of properties that would either take a flag-shaped park and make it functional in a rectangular shape, or be able to add enough space to add larger amenities, such as someone last week spoke about dog parks at Scott Park, and why were we adding bocce there versus across the street at Heritage? If we could identify that park might be expanded with the purchase of one lot, it might make good information in terms of future planning.
Well, that does, of course, get you to what's the budget going to be out of all this. Even small lots like you're talking about, we know have large price tags. But if you're only focusing on small additions like that, I think that may be useful, but that's not what the sentence says.
Lauren and I have also talked about Palo Alto's long legacy of people like Elizabeth Gamble, Lucy Stern, the Lee family, the Williams family, Esther Clark, who have all expanded our park facilities in Palo Alto. And we're looking to the next generation. What can we do through a thoughtful plan that is going to plant the seed for some of our other benevolent residents to think about endowing the city with additional parkland?
Okay, but again, I hope you're not going to put a lot of resources into it. All of the people you mentioned who gave properties, and I was involved in at least 2 of those, didn't need any prompting from the city. They just did it. That's the Gamble Garden property and the Williams property. Anyway, I think I've made my point that I don't think that's where we want to spend a lot of our energy or money. On page 9, there's a sentence that says, Palo Alto falls short, however, in ensuring that the needs of all citizens with a broad array of physical and mental needs are adequately met. And I'm sure that we would agree with that, but I think we could stand some context for it. How do we compare with regard to other communities? For example, you then go on to cite the Magical Bridge program, and that's fine. We're proud of that. But we also understand that we're one of the first in the country to do programs like the Magical Bridge. So putting those things together leaves me sort of uncertain as to whether we're doing that we can do. Certainly, I'm sure we can do better, but how are we standing as compared to most other communities in the country? The next paragraph is my last question. Safety and security in parks. You seem to be saying that we should have more safety and security things in our park, but then you acknowledge that we've had almost no accidents. So maybe we've been doing something right and don't need to do a lot more? Or what lesson do we take from our not having untoward incidents? Maybe you can speak to that now rather than...
I guess the staff report that was put together to introduce this was the thinking that went into the development of the request for proposals and what motivated staff and the Parks and Recreation Commission to take a look at this. And these are issues that have been identified in the past. Through this process, we're going to be taking a look at the park system, and as I mentioned, from all the perspectives, digging in more deeply than the good base we learned from the National Citizen Survey, and looking at some of these issues. But I guess I would caution that this staff report is not the assessment of your park system and the current status. That's yet to come. We haven't really even started the analysis yet. This is kind of here's where we think we are, and this process is going to validate that or bring up different issues. So I would just say this is a good overview of where what the perception is today, but it's not necessarily the plan or all of the analysis that we're going to do. So give us a little time to do some of that, and these are really good comments as we think about how we analyze and how we look at that, and it's going to be really helpful getting us on the right path.
Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, first, I'd like to say I found this to be a really good report. I liked it a lot. Went through it in quite a bit of depth, and think it really has good vision. And I have a few items that I would like to really just add flavor to. I'd also like to first speak to issues that a couple of my colleagues have talked about. This half mile. I actually think it's a good rule of thumb. It shouldn't be a rigid one, but it's been a value that we've had in our community. And I think it's an entirely different issue about our walking patterns and our pathways versus our adjacency to parks. Those are not the same thing, and I wouldn't want to see those two issues get muddled. I also walk past a number of parks when I go on walks, and that doesn't confuse the issue to me of the value of nearby parks. However, I'd like to see other values go into that decision making. In particular, one that I don't think is in any of our written guidelines, but it certainly was a discussion 15 years ago as we were beginning to look at the comp plan implementation from the 98 comp plan, and that is the need to have parks so that children and the elderly don't have to cross major arterials to access a park. And I'd like to see that embedded in our policies. I think it's something to consider for the comprehensive plan. That is as important as purely distance. And we do have some neighborhoods in the community that don't have any park at all within their neighborhood without having to cross major dangerous arterials. I really liked your reference to safe routes to parks. We had this discussion years ago on the Planning and Transportation Commission as we were focused purely on safe routes to schools for bikes, but safe routes to parks. I also think that you talked about pathways. We talk about vehicular arterials. I'd like to see, and then we have safe routes for bikes. I'd like to see a concept of pedestrian arterials. There are certain places where people tend to go and like to go on sidewalks, and should that be integrated in our sidewalk paving program and priorities? Should there be wayfinding? Just how do we acknowledge the reality of the best places to walk and what people do, and how do we nurture that? There's also a reference to lighting in some of the parks, and I think that we have, and I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but I think we have some degree of a contradiction between not only advocating for some better lighting, but rules against access to parks after dark. And I think we need to fine-tune our ordinances. The community goes and walks in areas of parks, especially in the winter months, on pathways that are often poorly lit. And I don't want to see our citizens be technical lawbreakers because they're walking their dog in the park at 6:30 or 7 or later in the evening. And so I think we have to update those ordinances. As far as the issue of the acquisitions, I think the language is pretty appropriate where it talks about strategic sites. And I had the same notion, one, to identify where we have shortfalls, and also where the shortfalls may be because we have certain areas that we're adding density of population long term, and how do we align small pocket parks and things with where we're adding density, where that density lacks personal, private, open space, and therefore the common open space becomes a more important element of that fabric. And that was a discussion we had 15 years ago. It seems like it's gone somewhat by the wayside, and I really think we should resurrect it. And I can think of a number of parcels in town that the city owns that are not parkland, that are not very good candidates for parkland, but perhaps could be traded for more valuable sites. And so I think that concept is worth pursuing. I'd also like to see a greater emphasis on natural landscaping where appropriate in parks, so that the park becomes part of a knitting between the natural ecosystem and the built environment, and there are opportunities to do that. And we'll have to work steadily over time to recreate that to a degree possible. And then also just a little bit more on amenities. We're going to have a new cafe at the Mitchell Park, but we years ago lost one, a refreshment amenity at Rinconada Park, where for many decades we had the worst hamburgers, the worst candy served at a little shack there. But we lost the opportunity when that family retired. It became a storage shed, and I know that people would like to see something like that again. And we actually have in the comp plan, when we 15 plus years ago talked about eliminating, recreating mom and pops, it was specifically for that opportunity that it stayed in there. And it was that vision that we could look for those opportunities like we're doing it at Mitchell. So, and I do support the concept of having more than one category of defined parklands. We have our dedicated lands and then maybe another bucket that includes these other lands. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, this is an exciting evening and looking forward to a year and a half of good information and important results for the community. I would just like to ask one simple question about process. I know MIG has a lot of experience with planning parks, but also land use, comprehensive plans, and so on. And I'm struck that your goal here is engagement, but you don't seem to be engaging the City Council. You're coming here tonight, before there's anything on the table, and say, we'll see you in 10 months. Now, that 10 months is devoted to gathering data. I understand that and know that. But in the process, you're going to have so much data coming to you. There's a process of selection, of prioritizing, of identifying, of sorting. And by the time you come back in 10 months, we will have a product which is processed. And a lot of the decisions made on criteria and selection are the ones which will have a big impact on priorities. So why isn't it? Why can't you? Go ahead.
Well, I hope it's going to be before 10 months that I'm back here. So we have planned to do three check-ins. So this is the first of them with City Council that MIG will be in attendance at. We can certainly change up that approach and come more frequently. I know Greg will be giving updates periodically and seeking your feedback, but we definitely do not want to wait till the decisions are made to come back and speak with you again. We want to hear your...
Yeah, I'm just looking at the tables on page 48, 49. It's pretty clear. City Council next appears in January 2015. And I think it would be very appropriate in midsummer, when you go back to the Parks and Rec Commission, maybe you spend an hour with the council as well and say, here are the criteria we are using.
Okay. One of the key points where we would definitely want to check in with both the Parks and Commission and with council is around the needs assessment. And the way this schedule is laid out right now, we would check in with the Parks Commission as we're designing the needs assessment after we get some initial public engagement. And then before we finalize that, the intent was to check back in with council. But if you wanted to be involved on the front end of that, we would be happy to have you.
Yeah, I think the data gathering you're doing is extremely important, and rather than coming to us with a final selection of data and say, here it is, I think while you're in the process of doing that, it would be very valuable.
Okay. That is our intent. So we will work with staff to make sure we're meeting the level of engagement that you would like.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, thank you, and it's an exciting endeavor to be sure. So just a few comments here. One is just a little bit of housekeeping on staff page, or packet, excuse me, the staff report, page 6, bottom paragraph that's talking about acquisition of new parkland. It talks about the recent update to the community services section of the comp plan. That's the draft. I just don't want us to get in the habit of considering what's gone forward to this point in time that hasn't been approved as final. It's a draft. I think I mentioned maybe once before at some point in time that I think it's great that we're looking out as long as 25 years. I think we ought to be looking at 50 to 100 years. And that may seem silly, but you know, if you look at the Stanford University model, they don't look out 25 years. They look out 50 and 100 years. And my concern there is that you know, if we don't plan that far out, we might have an opportunity that we miss, because 25 years is really a very short time. Believe me, as I've gotten a little bit older, I can tell you it's a really short time. There's something I want to make sure that you're aware of, and the commissioners are aware of, and that is that the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, or MROSD, as they're often referred to, is putting forward an initiative on this next ballot. And one of the things that's included in that proposal is habitat connectivity to accommodate migration. So it's sort of like we have the Beta, the Ridge trail for humans. We want to have this kind of connectivity. So if there's a way to coordinate with that group, that would be great. Concur with Councilmember Burt, especially on a couple of points, which are the underserved neighborhoods and areas, to make sure we take a look at that. And the half-mile distance is serving several different things. The stakeholder group, what happens sometimes is, because we tend to stay away from the Brown-acted groups, sometimes what happens is those groups and those constituents, the council really doesn't ever hear what they have to say. It goes to staff, or it goes to staff and a commission, and we really don't get that feedback. And I think it's really important for this body to also see what the input is. You know, if you're doing surveys among those groups and taking motions, however you're going to do that, I think it's important for that information to come forward and directly to council, directly to the boards and commissions. So there's a direct line of communication. Some of the, and this may or may not have been what Councilmember Burt was alluding to, but we do have some sites that the city owns that are essentially unoccupied, and that would be abandoned well sites. We have some pieces of property like that. Some of them could be considered for pocket parks. Some of them could be considered for adjacency, or excuse me, for swaps or that sort of thing. Very, very glad you're considering community gardens and Sterling Canal, all of that. Because you're going to the Parks and Rec Commission, HRB, and Art Commission, I make this comment now, which that is in the open space areas, because I'm presuming you're going to look at some design aspect too, to really please consider that those open space and natural areas should have that kind of design, and not like handicap parking places spelled out in blue paint and parking stripes implied or put in place there. So appreciate that. I'm also really, really happy that you're doing the needs assessment. I appreciate that a lot. Then with due respect here, because sometimes it's considered that silence is agreement, I need to say something about Councilmember Klein's comments about Cubberley, Stanford, and school sites. My concern about if those sites, and you probably encounter this in other communities and why maybe you don't count them, but it's not dedicated parkland. We have no control over the school sites. We certainly have no control over the Stanford lands. Even though we do use those lands recreationally, there's no assurance of that. And if we're looking at 25, 50, and I'm hoping 50 and 100 years, we need to be considering what we can count on. And that's how you plan, from my perspective. And given the time, I think those are my critical points. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Berman?
So I also want to thank you guys for the staff report. I actually kind of, after reading it, felt like it was one of the more dense staff reports I've read in a good way. It's kind of 12 pages of substance, and it's easy to see how by the time you guys are done digging into each of these issue areas, it'll be way more than the 35-page Parks Plan from 1965. One of the, to me, one of the most exciting sections was kind of one of the smallest, which was the outdated and obsolete facilities, because I think, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, it's going to be difficult. There might be creative ways we can do it, but it's going to be very difficult to identify additional parkland. But we might get that same result by just better utilizing the park space that we already have. And I recall fondly the dancing, roller skating bowl at Party Park that I used to ride my bike right by every day going to and from Jordan as a kid. But I probably spent 5 times in 18 years growing up in Palo Alto actually in that bowl. I mean, and never really saw anybody else really utilizing it. And so I'm sure there are a lot of spaces like that at other parks that we have across town, that if we better utilize the space, it's kind of, we're creating additional park space from what's already there. So I'm hopeful that we can get a lot out of that. I won't reiterate what a lot of my colleagues, the points that they made, but I think this is a really exciting, 15-month plan that you guys have laid out for us. It's surprising that we haven't done this in 50 years, given the fact that I think we're in a pretty good place with our parks as is, but it gives me a lot of hope that we can, create a lot better use than we already have by the end of this process. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming tonight and taking all of our comments. One of the things that I do notice is a little bit missing, and I think that we need to do a little catch up on, is the Our Palo Alto theme that I know is starting to come forward to all commissioners. And so to integrate that topic in there, it's perfect and ideal for exactly what you're doing. You're trying to get process, you're trying to get out there. I like the rigor with which you're going out to actually just show up where people are instead of asking people to show up where we are. So that's a great way to get good feedback. I am interested in the concept on packet page 11 regarding utilization of open space. Not all of Palo Alto's park open space and greenbelt areas are dedicated as parklands. I guess I would like to understand what our policy is on that, and also understand, I know some of the concepts around what dedicating means, but not all of the concepts, so I would like to better understand that. We have also, I noticed that you have 2 pools listed on the big map, the big page map, and our own Rinconada pool, but you have also listed Gunn High School pool. And so there's other pools. There's Terman, Jordan, JLS. I know I took my kids to swim lessons at JLS years ago, and Pali. And so I don't know if you want to cover that tonight as to why just Gunn is being flagged for us for you. Is that part of the survey then? Is this all that's included, or?
To be real honest, to be able to address Vice Mayor Nis's wanted to have a visual of Palo Alto and the parks, we had a short turnaround time, so we grabbed the document that we thought was most understandable.
Sure.
And so you're right. It does not include all of the school district pools. The Gun pool is the one that we've primarily used during the summertime for our camps and aquatics programs.
Okay, so it's changed from JLS?
Yeah.
Okay. Then when you're meeting with the school district, I actually wouldn't mind seeing if there's a way we could have the type of experience we're having at Terman, where we own the fields and they own the school. And then we all of a sudden do expand our park experience. Not that those might end up with children's swings at middle schools and things like that, but on the other hand, we do share that space as a commons with the school district, and we share the expense. And so I think it might not be such a bad idea to see if there's a way to develop that as well. I think your outreach techniques are good. I do know that council will want to be kept informed periodically, but primarily for me, I really do want to hear from the community, and it sounds like you've got a good technique for going out to the community, and that's important to me, because that way I'll be able to see if we're really championing the needs that can be identified. So with that, I'm going to go out. We have one speaker card in the midst of all of our questions, and that came from Bob Moss. So he will be our speaker, and you will have 3 minutes, Bob. I'm going to let you.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd and council members and commissioners. This is a very good thing to be doing. I like the report and the way we're moving. I'd just like to suggest a few things to consider as we move forward. First, one little correction on page 5 that talks about how people want things like rock climbing and we don't have any facilities. We do have a rock climbing structure in Briones Park. My grandchildren have been using it very happily for some time, so that ought to be corrected. When the use of existing parks is considered, one of the things that's overlooked in the report, and a lot of people tend to overlook it, is the fact that some of our parks were granted to the city with specific limitations and requirements. I'll give you one example. It's close to home. Bull Park. That was not given to the city of Palo Alto. That was sold half price by the Bull family to the people of Barron Park. And when they gave that to the residents, they put in some restrictions that it was basically to be used only as open space. And then after Barron Park voted to annex, the park was given to the city. Some years later, the city thought, well, we ought to expand and we're going to put restrooms and a soccer field in there, which was completely in opposition to the terms of the original grant of the park, and that was taken off the table. So I would suggest that we look at all of the parks and facilities that were given to the city and see if there are any restrictions on any of them that we aren't familiar with, just to be on the safe side. We have one, for example, coming up tonight where we're going to be dedicating parkland that at one time the city was considering selling, but the grant was for dedicated parkland. So let's make sure we get it right. One of the things I think we should be doing in the citizen survey is looking at the information we already have, and the public study that we just got out data on, for example, says we don't have enough senior and children's facilities in South Palo Alto. Okay, to pick up on what Councilmember Klein said, maybe you ought to consider putting a senior center in Cumberly. Now, there's 8 acres that the city owns, even though it's not parkland. We have room there. Try it. Same thing with the children's facility. California Avenue is basically parkless. The Wallace Park is so small you could fit it in this room and there'd be room left over. But we're talking about putting a huge amount of additional development, especially housing in California Avenue. Make the developers put in parkland, not just benches in planters, but real parks when they develop all this housing that's going in there. And finally, I think we should take another look at Cumberly and whether we want to use more than just the 8 acres we've got for city parks. We need the facility.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation this evening, Greg. This was great to catch up on this, and we look forward to it coming back to us. I'm going to go ahead.
I just want to thank you, Greg, for making a visual available when I asked for it this afternoon. That was very kind of you.
I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting and announce that we are now going to be opening our city council meeting, a regular city council meeting. And will the clerk, do you need to call the roll again? The roll does not need to be called. I want to thank our commissioners for coming tonight, and we'll take 5 minutes to transition out of our seats.
Now we're going to have the Palo Alto Historical Museum to present an update and discuss the future vision and plans of the Roth Building, as I mentioned before, at a study session. And that is, of course, a very historical site. And Joe Huber, former mayor, is involved in that. I'm going to try to get him over here. He looks like he's talking to Herb Borak, who. And I'm going to try to get him over if I can, talk a little bit of Stanford basketball. He's a huge Stanford men's and women's basketball. When he was mayor, he used to look at the clock. He used to make sure that the meetings ended so he could catch the Stanford men's and women's basketball game. I've got Joe Huber here. Joe, come on over. Come on over, Joe. I've got Joe Huber here as a special guest, and I know he's going to do. Joe, Mayor Huber, it's great that you're here.
Well, thank you.
And
Thank you.
I know you're
Good
involved.
to be back. I haven't been in this chamber, I think, 14 years.
Well, it's great. Go ahead and put that on. You know, it's great to have we miss you, and we miss your clarity, and I remember when you were mayor, and there was a Stanford men's and women's basketball game. Man, you would move things along, and if you had a men's, or a Stanford men's or women's basketball game, you made sure the business was done, and you got to that game. Do you remember that?
Absolutely. We had to maintain our priorities, Gary Fazzino and I.
Those were great days, and can you believe the return? I mean, you're a Notre Dame guy, you're a Stanford guy, but you love basketball. You're devoted to both the men and women's team. What is the secret of the men's and women's teams this year, and especially the men? Because you know, I don't know how they did it. How did they do it? How did they beat New Mexico and then beat Rock, Shock, and Awe, Kansas? How'd they do that?
I have no idea. I struggled with them all year. They drove me crazy through most games, and all of a sudden they turn it on in the NCAA. It's phenomenal. The women, of course, we expected to do that.
Sure.
That's why I have my tickets for this coming weekend. But the men are an absolute mystery, but God, I love it.
And, of course, the women won today. It was on KZSU. And those games are at Stanford this weekend, are the regionals. Very exciting. And Joe has to go. He's involved in the Mayor Huber. Thank you for joining us. He looks great. Your wife looks beautiful. And it's great having him here. He's very involved in the museum and history, and he appreciates Palo Alto history, the Roth Building, that whole area. You St. Thomas Aquinas Church, the museum, the museum that's right next to it, then the Roth Building, which for years was the site of the Palo Alto Medical Center. Roth, named after the great physician Dr. Roth, who did so much for Palo Alto medicine. The future of that area, where is it going? It's very historic, and this is a big. It's wonderful now. You go out there and you see the neighborhood, the kids playing on the grass. It's just a very special area. The historical museum that's there. We're very important part of Palo Alto, right at the core of Palo Alto, right down the ways, right just a block down from where we are. And it's great to see Joe Huber so involved in that area of Palo Alto, and he will be a part of that as well. A lot going on now, of course. Would you like to get into the community, volunteer, be part of a board or commission? They're currently recruiting Human Relations Commissions, Library Advisory Commission, Public Art Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission. Deadline for the recruitment is today. So March 24th, you can go to the website, www.paloalto.org/gov/departments/clerk/testimonials/default.asp, or contact the city clerk's office, 329-2571, 329-2571. And notice is hereby given that the Palo Alto city manager will consider the application of the Classic Cab for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to operate taxi cab service in the city of Palo Alto under the business name of Classic Cab at a meeting on Wednesday, April 2nd at 9 a.m. at Cubberley Community Theater or Center, located at 4000 Middlefield Road. That's room H1 in Palo Alto. We are finishing the month off of March tonight. We will not have a broadcast next week. There's no broadcast on the 31st, but we will be back on April 7th for another broadcast of Democracy in Action. Then there's no broadcast the week after on the 14th, but then we return on Monday the 21st of April. So, which is known as Easter Monday, that Monday following Easter Sunday. So we will be back then. And tonight we have a consent calendar that has several items on it. Authorization for the California Arts Council for Creative Communities, an appeal to review a 2-story single-family family home on 2nd Street. City manager to execute general services agreement for Western States in the amount not to exceed $925,000 a year for authorization of 2 years to pay for the purchase of unleaded gasoline and diesel to supply fuel for the city's fleet. Approval of the contract amendment 3 with materials and contract services for temporary employment services in the Administrative Services Department, Purchasing Division in the amount of $99,800. Approval of a contract with Newson Theatrical Incorporation for the amount of $262,000 for replacement of children's theater audio visual monitoring systems. And then
meeting and take up our first agenda item. This is our regular meeting, and the agenda item is for the Palo Alto Historical Museum to present an update and discuss future vision and plans for the Roth Building tonight. Can I ask who will be representing or doing so? You, Rich Green. I also notice you have a card in, so if you're going to be representing tonight, you don't get to speak for 3 minutes. Okay. So would you like to step to the and take I don't think we have a staff report here. Your staff is here to support anything that we might ask of the city, but go ahead. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, I do.
And are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
All right, then let's do this.
Okay. Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members and staff, thank you for letting us come, let the Palo Alto History Museum come and work with you on this study session. It's a real pleasure to be here. We have 15 to 20 minutes of presentation. A couple of other people will come up and speak during this presentation. The rest of the time will be Q&A with you. What we'll be going through is an update on the progress that we've made with the History Museum. Oh, and I forgot to introduce myself in case those of you don't know me. My name is Rich Green. I'm the president of the board of directors of the Palo Alto History Museum. In our update, we're going to cover 5 subjects, our vision and programs, the new board of directors, our development campaign, which is going quite well, and our business plan, including capital costs and operational costs. But right now, I'd like to share a delightful video with you all.
I love this community. I mean, there's so many reasons why one loves Palo Alto. It's the people, it's the activities. There's never a dull moment in Palo Alto.
The thing about the May Fete Parade that has marked it from day one is it's really all about the kids.
When I was a kid, even in high school, I was a member of the band marching in the May Fete Parade. It was just something families took part in.
I'm not from this area, so it's really fun to see this whole new explosion of activity and community involvement.
It's important to preserve local stories because it's part of what makes local history come to life.
I think it's important for each new generation of Palo Altans to know about the place they live and why it is the place it is. And without a history museum, it's hard to imagine that happens.
If you don't have a written document or a written record of that history, it just becomes a story.
You're relying on oral histories and facts get lost, and you can only imagine what things looked like instead of seeing them.
It's important to have a core group of people who are dedicated to that preservation so that we don't lose these little treasures of our past. I think people can support the discovery of Palo Alto's history by getting out and talking to each other and by getting involved in the Palo Alto History Museum. The Palo Alto community would benefit from the Palo Alto History Museum because it's a place where you can learn specifically about Palo Alto history.
The more active people get in understanding their history, it'll help them sort of become more of a part of the community.
The more activities that we have, I think the better off we are in letting people know that we're here and we're here to preserve our history.
It's a very rich culture for such a small place, I think. And we've had such a huge impact on the rest of the country.
The Palo Alto History Museum is the way we can tell the next generation of Palo Altans what it took to make this place the place it is today.
The Palo Alto History Museum will only be realized through your generous support. Please join us in making the museum a reality and a vital part of our community.
Delightful little video. I do want to make a correction. We won't be opening in 2014. That was wishful thinking. Let's share some of the vision we have for a new kind of museum. We're taking the concept of a museum and turning it upside down. This is going to be a museum for the future. One of our themes that I picked up from Professor Michael Shanks here, who's one of our board members, is it happened here. This is an astonishing community. 65,000 people over the years, over 100 years plus, has somehow managed to affect the lives of hundreds of millions of people around the world. That really turns me on. And I think that the History Museum will show, will give a hint to how this could possibly have happened in a small community such as ours. It's among the most influential cities in the world. It's very rich in heritage and pride. We feel that a city this vibrant deserves a great museum. And you can just see some of the incredible characters that seem to be, that just keep emerging from Palo Alto. It happened here. Another theme that we like to think about in our vision is that we're caring for the future of our history. What will the museum be 100 years from now? This is the kind of long-term vision that we have. And we're setting the stage using some clever design to make sure that we are allowing that future museum to unfold. It'll be an active museum, dynamic, changing exhibits, so there will be plenty of reasons to come back and visit. It'll be a participatory museum, that the people in this community will contribute to how the museum gets shaped and actually the design of the exhibits and so on. The museum brings people of all ages together to create something new, right? It's a pivot point. And so and that's kind of what Palo Alto is about. Palo Alto is a startup city. This is going to be a startup museum, right? We're going to create, we're going to invent, and we're going to think big with this museum. Last week, I don't know if you caught this, David Brooks from the New York Times wrote a wonderful article that just made my heart beat called Going Home Again. It's about Sting, the artist. And he lost his muse. He just wasn't writing new songs for years. He went back to his hometown. He went down to the harbor, to the docks where they build ships, and he found his muse. He went back to his roots. History is filled with revivals, led by people who are reinvigorated for the future by reckoning with the past. And he goes on to say, it is important to ground future vision in historical consciousness. We're always living with history. It's who we are. We decided as a board to explore the design opportunities for a new kind of museum. Professor Shanks, one of the founding faculty of the D School, which is the Hasso-Plattner Institute of Design at Stanford University, helped us create what we called our design retreat. It happened in January. We had 28 attendees from historical associations throughout the city. The entire PAHA board, the entire museum board were present. We were delighted to have David Kelly, the founder of IDEO, who was also the founder of the D School, keynote our event. And his 20 or 30 minutes with us was absolutely magical. David is very enthusiastic about this museum, and especially about the design opportunity for a new kind of museum. And he will be supporting us all along the way. He's an incredible person, you know, one of those it happened here people in Palo Alto. What happens in design at the D School? We use design thinking. And design thinking is a way to use empathy to understand the point of view of all the potential people who would want to use this museum. What would be their purpose? Why do they show up? Who are they? Are they writing a book? Are they babysitting kids? Are they doing research? Are they inventing the next great thing? And so we did our breakout sessions. You can see the energy there was riotous. It was a great experience. What you do when you practice empathy is you go out and you ask people what they want. And you get deep into the community and understand what would be the best expression of a history museum. What would that look like for kids, for students. Let's say students of all ages. An example of this comes from a global group called Impact Hub. You can go to www.impacthub.net, which gives you a very good sense of what the education aspect of our museum could look like. This is a photo from an Impact Hub in Manhattan, which a friend of mine just opened, and he would be willing to help us think this through for Palo Alto. It's a way to engage the community, students, mentors, kids, working together to create something new, something wonderful, doing something important. The museum is also a place that captures and delivers the stories, the great stories of the people of Palo Alto. And we have those oral histories well underway through PAHA, the Palo Alto Historical Association. And what we intend to do is focus deeply on the human aspect, the people, the stories, and reveal those stories in a special kind of museum. So there will be some old things under glass. Yes, it'll be kind of traditional in some respects, but there will be other ways to engage newer audiences with these astounding oral histories. We plan to make it very easy to capture those oral histories. For example, you could come to the museum for a cup of coffee, have a chat with some very interesting friends, and there's a big red button there on the table. You're going to press that button, it'll start recording, and that recording will go right into the oral histories. So we'll make it very easy to capture the magic of this city. The Palo Alto History Museum also becomes the permanent home of the city archives, which are deep and rich. If you haven't been into the archives, give it a try. Right now, they are temporarily housed at Cubberley. And Steve Steiger, our city historian, watches them like a mother hen. It's a fairly dense space, lots of file cabinets, lots of books, lots of maps, flat files, etc. It's stuffed. Our vision for the archives, the permanent home of the archives, is a more flattering space, enticing, right? Like jewels behind glass windows, and you go look at those glass windows and go, ooh, I wonder what's in there. What could I do? There are 30,000 photographs in there. Wow, okay. So the archives will be engaging, accessible, and we're also going to turn them out into a virtual museum. So the archives are being digitized right now by PAHA, and the museum is creating in the archive area a digitization lab that will make it fun and easy to continue digitizing the content, getting it out there on the web so that people from all over the world can dive in to our virtual museum. What I have up on the slide right now is an example put together by Rachel Kellerman, who's here tonight. And this is History Pin, which is a wonderful website that is chock full of Palo Alto images drawn from the PAHA archives. You can click on those photos and you can annotate them. There's this public annotation of content that starts to create more rich stories about our heritage. So the virtual museum is going to be a very important component of what we're planning to do. Let's talk about our board and our leadership for a moment. We have a reconstituted board of directors. We have 4 new members, including myself, and some with outstanding qualifications. I'll exclude myself. The other 3 have outstanding qualifications, and we have 3 others very likely to join. Nancy Huber is brilliantly guiding the nominating committee, and we are looking deeper into the community for a more strategic board, one that is focused on mission and money. That's what a board at this stage in the development of a museum needs to focus on. We need to reach out to and harmonize with very serious philanthropists in order to get this job done. So we're working to build a board that has those chops, that we know how to express the mission, the incredible vision for this new kind of museum, and how to develop the annual giving that's required to sustain an institution like this for the next 100 or 200 years. Think about the Homebrew Computer Club and what an astonishing impact they had on the world. Okay, they started right here. It happened here. And think about their board of directors. Okay, they were homebrew. This was grassroots. And then somehow Steve Wozniak, Steve Jobs, Apple emerged from the Homebrew Club. They became a real company. They built a real board of directors. And boom, they become the most valuable corporation in the world. It's an evolving condition. So we're aware of that, and we're on it, and we're recruiting strategically. We're also talking to, this is my slide of our adult supervisors, I like to call them. We have consultants, people who actually have made museums before, and they're giving us good advice. Bill Mellis, who's right here, is a very cool cat. He's working on our finance committee right now. He was deputy director of SF MoMA. He's basically responsible for putting the new SF MoMA together. He was also the assistant director of the Los Angeles County Museum of Art and the CFO and director of operations for Montalvo Art Center. He also sits on the board of directors of the California Association of Museums. Kathleen Wendell, who's not here tonight, lives in Pittsburgh, PA. She, with 4 other people, founded the Heinz History Center 24 years ago. She is now the retired deputy director. They have 100 people on staff. They have 2 buildings, a 5-story and a 7-story. She knows how to build a big museum. She's guiding us through our collections and archives policies committee right now. Mira Foster, PhD in history. She's recently emerged. She lives right downtown, just a block from the museum. And she is from the Santa Barbara Museum of Art and is responsible for the oral histories project there. So we also have our standing committee of consultants, as you can see. Another one of our senior adult supervisors is Bob Woods of Stewart Woods and Associates. Bob Woods is our development counsel. We hired him last year. He will continue through this year and into next year. And he's teaching us to pursue development in a very rigorous professional way. There are certain ways you speak to and communicate with philanthropists at the level that we're seeking. So he's coaching us there. And he's also doing his outreach to the most senior level philanthropists in the area. These are new prospects, new donors who have the capacity to support a museum for the future, a museum of this magnitude. We're constantly refining our messaging and focus based on the feedback we get from them. This is design thinking again. We reach out, we ask them, we take that input, and our concept evolves. Bob, who's here tonight, here's Bob, is happy to answer questions for you. He says and shares with us every time he has a meeting, the indications are very good. There is solid interest in the philanthropy community here for developing an extraordinary museum. Let's talk about money. This is our brief summary of the capital costs. And what we see here is a $7.2 million figure. That figure represents the rehabilitation of the Roth building. Now, this does not build us a museum. It finishes a city-owned building so that it is occupiable. And we have invested, the museum board has invested $600,000 to date in the capital costs of the building. We also have, these are the blue items on the slide, $400,000 gifts in hand, that's in the bank, and $2.5 million pledges in hand toward the capital cost of rehabilitating the building. What we have, and we also have the TDRs and the library impact fee for the funding of the archives. Well, that gives us a gap of $2.4 million. This is what we will need to rehabilitate the building. Once the building is occupiable, we will then put a museum into it. And putting a museum into it is a very expensive endeavor. We've spoken to executive directors around the Bay Area, and we have exhibit designers, and we have a fairly good understanding, I think a realistic understanding of what it takes to build a first-class exhibit. It's about $650 a square foot. So we're estimating 8 to 12 million. This is in addition to the 7.2 million for the rehabilitation of the building, another 8 to 12 million to build out the museum, the IT infrastructure, the virtual museum, the online archives, the programs, the history school, the H school, outreach to the schools, libraries, and so on. Okay, so we have a total campaign of 15 to 20 million. That number was studied by the board at our last meeting. And we can talk more about this during the Q&A. I'm sure we will. We've also done a very detailed analysis of our operational costs. This is a pro forma that goes out to the year 2020. This is a collapsed view of that detail, and you can see that we do have revenues and we do have donations. So the combination of revenues and donations, those donations come from individual gifts and grants. Okay, we will continue to do the grant writing and go after the grants that could come our way. We've looked at our expenses realistically. We've talked to other museums. We know what they're spending, and we know what utilities cost and so on. So I think these are very realistic numbers as we understand them presently. And you can see that with the individual giving that we're assuming, that is realistic, that we will be cash positive through year on year. That is our desire. PPP. This is a public-private partnership, and that's the main reason we're talking to you tonight, is we feel that the City of Palo Alto and the Palo Alto History Museum can strike a very effective, very efficient public-private partnership. This would entail assistance from the city and long-term commitment by the museum board. We want to talk clearly tonight about this gap that we're facing, the $2.4 million gap. It's difficult for us to have our potential donors commit to a building that isn't finished yet. We know it will get finished. We're seeking the quickest, most efficient way to get to that point where we can rehabilitate the building. So the quickest way clearly would be a grant from the city. That's one option. Another option might entail a city matching fund or a challenge grant. And I just want to make it very clear that the board is flexible about how we can approach this number. We intend to be as creative as we can be to get the commitment to rehabilitate this building before it's too late. And I don't need to remind you that we have 3 months left on the lease option with the city, which cannot be renewed again by our city manager. So it's urgent. We feel it every day, and we would love to dive in now and make something happen with your help and with your support. And I also want to say thank you. Thank you for buying the Roth building, investing in the Roth building, and thank you for your patience through the years as the museum gathers steam to finally get into that mode of accomplishment. And I think that we've got quite a head of steam right now. The plans are approved, and they are shovel-ready. So Mike Garavaglia is the architect. Garavaglia Architects, who specializes in historical restorations, has done a brilliant job with a complete set of architectural plans. We're ready to go. We can plunge a shovel in the dirt as soon as we have bridged that $2.4 million gap. And you have a mini version of those drawings in your pack. There's a basement, there's a first floor, and there's a second floor, and there's also a little roof deck. Now the plans run much deeper than this. There's plumbing, MEP, foundation, you name it. It's all there. So I'm just giving you kind of the highlights in your packet. You're welcome to examine those plans, of course. This is a LEED Gold certified building. That took some effort, and that's another point of pride with the city of Palo Alto, that we've got a LEED Gold energy efficient building. So right now the Roth building sits idle. This is what it looks like on the inside. It's an archaeological site of great interest to me. And people will wonder, will this ever happen? One potential donor said, I've walked past this museum probably 15,000 times in my life. Can we make it happen? Can we make it happen now? And I said, yes, we can, with your help. So let's get going. Let's turn it into the museum that it deserves to be. You can see some images here of the back of the building, which will be fantastic. There's a built-out portico, cafe area right there on Heritage Park. So let's do it. Let's build a fabulous museum, a new kind of museum. It is happening here. It did happen here, but it is happening here. You can see that many local associations endorse this museum. And now I'd like to show you one other delightful video that Rachel Kellerman put together for us over the weekend using PAHA archival photographs. We have an astonishing city. We intend to build an astonishing museum with your help. I'd like to ask some friends and guests to speak for 1 minute, just to give you some additional perspective. Margaret Chai Maloney, please share with us a brief statement of your programs in development. Come on up, kids.
I brought a few of my kids, obviously, and there are some others here who have participated in the programming that has been developed. But I guess I'm speaking tonight for two reasons. Firstly, I'm here to represent the 105 Palo Alto parents of school children who helped brainstorm and create a very preliminary program for the Palo Alto History Museum. A group of us, Allison Hassan, Nancy Wu, and many others that I'm not going to mention tonight, got together to see, first of all, if there was a need from a parent point of view for the History Museum in terms of programming and materials and what would be offered, and obviously to, talk to others to see what currently exists and in other museums in town and other programs in other towns. And we canvassed a lot of people and did a lot of research and came up with the belief that what we started to create and what the museum would continue to create with the funding would really be useful for the children of this town. And as a PR person who spent a lot of time in New York working with corporations and their images, I cannot help but notice when I read the press that Palo Alto is in the news a lot. And there is a lot of wonderful things our town is doing. And I would hope that the museum, I shouldn't say I would hope, I believe the museum would also help with the reputation and legacy that Palo Alto has. And particularly with all the bad press about people in technology, not understanding others, I think the programming the museum could provide, including for high school students and adults, in having people who have jobs, particularly venture capitalists who we reached out to, would be coming and speaking to people and telling them what their jobs, what if anybody's interested in this career, like high school kids who are not currently getting this, and the high school, they would be able to find out what venture capitalists do, what teachers do from people who are in those fields, and get a sense if this is something that they would want to do. And anyway, that I'm speaking too long. I'm over the 1 minute, but just as you can tell, I'm obviously not a politician, but the way I'm talking, but I am a mother, I am a concerned citizen, and I truly hope that the council will seriously consider funding the museum for our future and the future of other Palo Altoans. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, Janet Lustgarten. Janet. Janet is a new friend of mine, and she lives in the neighborhood.
Hello, I'm here. Yeah, I think that's better. I'm here purely because I'm from the neighborhood. I live on 845 Waverly, diagonally across from the building, the Roth building. And for years, I've walked by it and said, what's going to happen here? And my children who went to Palo Alto High School have always walked by and said, what is this? What's it going to be? So when I found out that it might be a museum, I thought, okay, this is sounding good. We got to make this exciting. And I just daydreaming about what stories I want to say very quickly. Palo Alto's in the news a lot, and people love to come visit. People from all over the world visit me. And the first thing that they used to say is, okay, how do we see some of the technology buildings? Okay, when Google had its fabric in front of the white building right there on University, I could walk them by, but really then nobody knew Google, because what was Google? It was a colorful like Cheerios ID in the front, you know, nobody knew what it was. But it was always like you have to get in a car and go down south and look at the building, and there's no technology building in town. But now the idea that a museum would be available, and when people come to the town and ask me, where can I see some of this technology stuff, I just say, right there in that exciting place right there, you can see, you can hear, you can touch. And that's why I got so excited about the museum. I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you, Janet. Janet is the founder and CEO of KX Systems. Judge Joe Huber.
Good evening. I'm Joe Huber. It's been 14 years since I used a microphone in this room. I'm happy to be back. And I am here at the behest of the extraordinary chairwoman of the nominating committee for the History Museum. And how could I possibly refuse such an invitation? Besides contributing to the museum, not only with my wife's time, but money, etc., I thought, as I was asked to speak, why? And I came back to many a discussion I had with my colleague and friend Gary Fazzino about the fact that Palo Alto, as Gary would put it, is an extraordinary place. What we do is phenomenal at all times and better than anybody else. And I think to some extent that's true, although there's a lot of hubris, I think, built into that. But nonetheless, we are, I think, a phenomenal community with great people. But we have something conspicuous in its absence. No museum where you can go to show that phenomenon that we've had for 100+ years or more. So I think it is important that the council and the city get behind this sort of facility, and I know you have so far. We have the ability to use the Roth building, so unlike some places you have a historic building in and of itself to put historic artifacts, photographs, technology, whatever it is that makes up history, including, God forbid, city council minutes probably, or some recap of those. Hopefully a recap. But at any rate, that's what I wanted to say. I know that there's a lot of pressure on city council members and the council to do all sorts of things. I remember that from my days, and I remember situations where groups came forward and said, we only need your help for 2 or 3 years, and we're still helping them because they're good and they're doing good work. So I would encourage you to do what you can to make sure that this becomes a reality. Thank you.
And before I invite our final speaker, I would just like to say that everybody who's come here tonight to support the Palo Alto History Museum, would you please stand? Thank you so much. Wave your flags. We've got Laura Bajuk here, who is the executive director of the Los Altos History Museum. Thank you, everybody. And a Palo Alto resident. There she is. So thank you. And now I'd like to invite Professor Michael Shanks up for the final word. Michael?
Hello, it's a delight to be here this evening to back up what I see as an extraordinary opportunity for an extraordinary place. I don't think I need to add very much more to what you've been hearing, other than really to just say where I'm coming from and why I think it's such a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. So yes, I'm an archaeologist. I specialize in how we make the past live for us now to help us recognize who we are and where we're going. The past is fundamental, as you've heard so well articulated, I think. It's fundamental to who we are, and indeed, it's more about the future than it is actually about the past. I'm a faculty member at Stanford. I'm a Palo Alto resident. My kids have grown up here over the last 15 years. We've got an extraordinary opportunity here. We really have. There's a clarity of vision that makes me so pleased to be a board member. And also, I think, not just the vision, but a way of actually realizing it. The design community that I belong to as well at Stanford, I'm so proud to be part of our D School, see it in just the same way. A real opportunity, practical opportunity for realizing something really very special for a very special place. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now we are happy to answer your questions and take our homework assignments.
Thank you, Rich. People have filled out cards and now they've spoken, so I'm going to assume that that was, and yet one person hasn't who's filled out a card, so I'd like to give them that opportunity. I'd like to ask if the staff had anything that they wanted to add that was relevant also. So let me go to staff first.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd. Lala Perez, Chief Financial Officer. I just wanted to confirm that Mr. Green's comments about the option ending in June is correct, and we would seek some guidance from you in terms of coming back with next steps on that.
So will that get handled on an action item for council some evening, or correct, go to policy and services? What do you have in mind on that?
Well, I'm not sure. I think we'll sort of maybe get a sense from the council after you're done with this when the right time is, but it is July 1st, right? So June 30th is the end of it, so
we might want to
need
include comments tonight that would give some guidance to
great,
you.
Yeah, and we're here to answer questions from the council if we can get into
good.
things.
Then why don't I go ahead and go out to the public, which is Richard Brand, and give you 3 minutes, Richard, and then we can take it back to council.
Good evening, council members. Thank you. Richard Brand, I'm at 281 Addison, so I'm about a block away from this. And I'm here in support of this program because I'm really excited, especially now I've been connected with some of the people from IDEO, and to see that the D School is involved, David Kelly and such. And so that's exciting. What I would really like to say is that I was part of the group that worked very hard to get Heritage Park in place. When the clinic was moving out, we had a big, Pat, Karen, you remember the problems we went through in getting that, Liz, but that project's not finished. We have a wonderful park. I called a lot of the parents I know with kids and grandkids to come tonight. Well, they've got kids. They can't come to this council meeting, but they express their support. They love that we have a park there now. We've got a place for the kids, but there's no facilities. And that building sits there, and people that don't know say, what's with that building? You know, it's got the sign. It's time. It's time to get this going. And I'll give you one more element. I also worked on the Computer History Museum in Mountain View. And of course, that's all right. Computers and that element, although we know about the Apple element, but this city is about networking. In my career, I worked very actively in promulgating Ethernet. Not everybody knows what Ethernet is, but behind every Wi-Fi is Ethernet. It was invented in Palo Alto. You know what? The world relies on Ethernet. It's networking. We need to have a facility that's not in Mountain View that shows off the network elements. We need it here in Palo Alto. What a great place this would be. Liz, you know, fiber optics. My God, fiber optic Ethernet was first put in at Park. So what I think is time, and I'm asking you very kindly to consider, it's time to have a place to do that. And I think this is the perfect location for both recreation, which is what the kids in Heritage Park, and the technology. And don't forget, the Grateful Dead house was 1 block away from where the museum is. So there's a real balance in Palo Alto, and thank you for your time, consideration.
Thank you. And I'll take questions from colleagues. Vice Mayor Niss.
Thank you, Rich, to begin with. You did a terrific job of presenting, and thank you all for being here tonight. It's a pleasure to have everybody here and to have you really involved in this particular project. But I won't belabor some of the other things that you've talked about. I certainly would agree. All of that is certainly a possibility, Rich. But I wanted to talk about the money part of it. So let me go right to the heart and the core of what you're here for tonight. I want to look at Lalo and Jim and say, suppose the council said to you, we need another $2.5 million to give to an organization that is a nonprofit close by. Not to put you on the spot, of course.
Do you have a question?
Did you want that all at one time? No.
I guess it could come in dribs and drabs, yeah.
So, you know, I think it's a good question. Obviously, the times are better now than they were just a couple of years ago, and certainly the city's revenue stream is better than it has been. At the same time, we have a lot of demands on us, as you well know. I mean, the council's been working for the past 4 years at least, very intensely in a very engaged process on really trying to address the core infrastructure needs of the city. And there's, you know, significant dollars that are being programmed and allocated towards that. And you have some other possible decisions or acquisitions out there that you are looking at. That said, while it wouldn't be easy, if you really felt at the end that there really was a viable business plan here and a possibility, we could look at some ways of staging some decisions to possibly free up some money. That said, I mean, again, it's not like we have money sitting around that is just looking for some place to be spent.
No, that wouldn't happen. So, Rich, you might just nod your head in agreement if you say so. Because one of the things that the city manager began with is he said, do you want it all at once? And I think that would be an important point for us to ponder is, are you thinking of this group handing you $2.5 million in with a check?
That would be wonderful. It would be the quickest way to get that building rehabilitated. We don't really want to wait too much longer. It would also be the quickest way for us to inspire, entice, if you will, the community of philanthropy in this city to see that, okay, something's happening. There's been a trigger event. We're on board. So the sooner we can get that triggered event, the quicker we can accumulate the donations that we need to finish the museum. Yes, we are open to flexibility.
Installment plan?
Sure, an installment plan. One of the things that we've talked about together is a matching grant that would also be a trigger event for the donor community.
Okay, thanks. Just let me continue on with this a little. I want to go backwards in time. As I recall, we bought the building at the turn of the century. Am I correct? Right in there.
It's amazing. I never thought we'd be saying that. Right. Yeah.
Right.
Now it's right. It's history.
It's history, right? But am I correct? Right in that time period. So it's been about 14 years. Yeah. And I'm pursuing this a bit because you can probably see Gary standing right behind me. And he's giving me some prompts on this. This would have been his dream project, as you know. I'm a bit concerned, and I'll say this to the rest of you, there's no answer back. I'm a bit concerned it's taken this long. The building has been there for that period of time, and perhaps the rich green hadn't come along before. But I've known a lot of you, and many of you are really compelling forces within this community. And so I have to be thinking, and Gary's saying something here, but he's interested too. Why has it taken this long? That's obviously rhetorical. I'm not looking for an answer tonight. But I think we need to know that every one of you is motivated to go out and search for money. It's easy to go to the bank. It's easy to go to the city. But it's really important that the community support this. And that's a small amount of support after a very long period of time, which does concern me. But that being said, I don't think we're close to the idea. I only speak for 11% of the council, so I don't know where the rest are going to be. But, you know, I certainly applaud the focus that you've taken up, the fact that you've involved professionals in this and also gone to the fundraising community. I don't know where we'll end up on it, but we wish you a great deal of luck as well. Thanks.
Councilmember Price.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green, and all the comments made by others, and we really appreciate it. I'd like to ask Bob Woods a few questions. It's nice to see you again. We are both former employees of the San Jose Museum of Art.
We are.
Yes.
Good to see you.
In development, right.
Indeed.
Nice to see you. I have a couple of questions. You've been doing some research and making inquiries of prospects, and it says here in the presentation you're refining the message and the focus. So could you elaborate on the statement that says indications are very good? If you could explain that in terms of examples, or what is the source of, what is the background that would lead this presentation to make that comment?
Okay, I think it's important to understand that you take your donors as you find them, and the donors are interested in various aspects of this project. Some people like the idea of renovating the museum. Some people renovating the Roth building. Some people like the idea of establishing a really hip museum in Palo Alto for Palo Alto. Some people like both ideas, actually. But the truth is that we are really having to segment the markets. I'm not going to describe to you individual conversations that I've had with individual prospects. And the reason is because as development counsel, I'm not allowed to ask for money. The state of California doesn't allow me to do it. And so people are telling me whether they will support the museum, but I cannot ask them and sign them on the bottom line. I will transfer the information once I'm through with the conversations with the key donors, prospects, about who to approach and for what. But my sense is, having done this for 30-some years, that this is something that quite possibly could go and will go very quickly. It would go it would go a lot faster if the council joins in some very, very positive way. It would create a bandwagon effect. I think where we are right now is that we're at a Thelma and Louise moment, you know, the movie, when they're saying, are we going to do this, are we going to do this? More than 20 donors have said to me, I'm in if you can get everybody else in. And so it's really a question of inertia, and that's what we're working on right now.
Thank you. And you're making the distinction between among various factors and interests. So the capital campaign, some people, that's more interest. Others have more program interest and other issues.
Absolutely. It's like any campaign. We've developed a list of gift opportunities, and we're finding prospects who are gravitating toward each of the gift opportunities.
And in your experience, as you've worked with foundations and other entities in terms of grants and opportunities, could you just make a couple of comments regarding the likely, what kind of a candidate would a proposal like this be, either on the capital side or the program side, seeking those kinds of funds?
I think it's great on the program side. On the capital side, we've already had a number of foundations like Packard and the Morgan Family Foundation and others step forward, Flora Foundation. So yes, we could return to other foundations and look for that. Palo Alto, you know, if you look at the genre of philanthropy, it's mainly driven by individuals, whether in foundations or not. And if you look at philanthropy across the United States, about 85% of all giving is from individuals living or dead. 12% for foundations, balance from corporations. So we're really focusing on those individuals in Palo Alto who will really want to make an investment in this project, both in the reconstruction of the Roth building, the establishment of the museum, and the long-term support of the project. So part of my discussions is saying, how long are you in for? How long will you continue to support this organization? And that is what's lending itself to the considerations around revenue for the out years in the operations budget.
Thank you. And the pledges that were mentioned here, does that include bequeath, you know, in terms of will-related pledges and whatnot?
No, these are outright pledges where people have agreed to step forward to support the museum, which I understand is shovel-ready, as soon as the shovels are pulled out of the garage or wherever, you know. But they're ready to go as soon as the museum starts.
Okay, thank you. And do you know if there have been any inquiries of public-private partnership in terms of the other entities that would be potentially interested in this as a, you know, as a significant donor or partner in terms of making this happen?
I think the museum board has looked at a number of other public-private partnerships and explored several avenues of whether those would work. In some cases, that's one reason why it has taken a few years, is because they were hoping for another form of public-private partnership to work. It didn't work. So we are looking at other government funding agencies and other things as well. We'll get there once we get the big donors to really think about stepping forward and making this work.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just an observation as it relates to some of the funding inquiries and concerns here. I think at this stage in the process, I'm interested in looking at, you know, we look at whether there's a grant, the matching, and the creativity. I think where I am at this moment is thinking that a combination of those approaches may be worth considering. So, for example, just preliminary thinking, if a matching grant of $400,000 is one option, plus a loan of $800,000, plus a gift of $800,000, kind of divides it into 3 units of $800,000, which gets you where, you know, this initial proposal is going. So I guess it's my initial thinking, so that there would be an onus on the organization itself in terms of additional fundraising and commitment, but there would be a commitment, potential commitment by the City Council to support this effort at the levels that I'm talking about. So I like the idea of sort of dividing it up in a way so that this is as it relates to the capital costs. The end results require a variety of smaller packages that in this economic times makes it possible for all the stakeholders to have a commitment and to meet some of those goals. So that's my initial thinking. And I also recognize in this proposal and in the presentation the idea of phasing. Certainly, you know, a full build out of a museum, it could be done, and I'm sure you've already thought about that, in phases in terms of the programmatic side, not just the capital side. I see as something that needs more attention, sort of more expedited, but the programmatic, it's very common for organizations to phase in their operations so it's really manageable. You can see what the strengths are, what the weaknesses are, how you can refine your program. So those are my initial thoughts, and I appreciate everyone's input. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
First, a question. This building is still owned by the city and will remain owned by the city, is that correct?
Correct. It was acquired in April of 2000.
So the redevelopment of, I should say, rehabilitation of the building, once that's done, will own the appreciated value of that rehabilitated building?
Well, there's a couple of ways in Hamid.
The long-term lease with them?
Right. There could be a depreciation amount adjustment, and the maximum you could do is in a lease is 50 years.
Okay. And I don't know whether this is whether Richard knows the story of this better or not, but I recall that at the time that the city took over the building, we had an issue on the rear wings, and they were formerly there. They were not part of the historic structure itself, and they were lopped off as part of the creation of the park. And then my understanding is over the next year or two, we had some weather damage and additional costs that are now part of the rehabilitation cost, is to essentially repair the back half of the building. Richard, are you familiar with that history, and do you happen to know approximately what portion of the rehabilitation costs are related to rehabilitating that back portion that was lopped off?
Thank you. Yeah, you are correct that that was a kind of a rapid process when the back of the building was chewed up. Fortunately, they stopped at about the elevator, so there's still a stairwell there. But there's significant work to be done to build out the new back wall. That work would include, if you think it through, there are new features back there. So there's footings, there's trellises, there's overhang, there's new windows, etc. And I've looked at this, I've studied that. I'm going, okay, what would that part of the project entail versus exhibits and so on? And it comes in very close to $1 million. So about a sixth or 10% maybe of the overall budget, but about $1 million is what it would take to finish off the back of the building according to the current architectural plans.
Great, thank you. So I would like to toss out for consideration of my colleagues that for me it's an easier decision as to whether the city would take on a responsibility for that back half of the building that was cut off, and essentially that, I guess it's approximately $1 million that it would cost to make that structurally rehabilitated there. And I think that's an easier decision, especially given that it will remain a city-owned asset. This is not something that we're giving away. They'll lease it. But ultimately, the city owns the asset. The city, I think, bears some responsibility for the condition of that back half, where it was cut off to become part of the that space to be added to the Heritage Park. So I'd like to see what my colleagues think about that concept of us taking on that share of the responsibility. I should ask Richard one more question. If the city did that, assume, say, up to $1 million in cost for that, is that something that your organization could use to your donors as essentially a matching fund for your purposes?
Well, that's a very interesting idea. Yes, absolutely. That's one of the trigger events that I'm hoping for, that we can work out in a partnership with the city. I think that would be extremely meaningful to the donor community, and they would step up. I feel that I can't promise, but I think that that kind of commitment from the city would cause people who are watching and have been watching to step up and make it happen.
Finally, these shovels that I keep hearing about being ready, are they stored in the HP garage or somewhere else?
Soon they'll be gold-plated. No. Right. Shovel ready.
That's right.
That's a new term for me, too.
Thanks.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Back when I was working with the museum as staff, which is now approaching 2 years ago, I'm remembering some details, but not all. To Councilmember Nissa's point, Vice Mayor Nissa's point, the city did acquire the building in 2000, but then there was an RFP process. The staff was thinking about using it as a city facility, and I don't remember what year the museum actually got the option agreement. That's when fundraising started. Do Rich or Lalo remember when that option was approved?
2007. We put out the RFP in 2004, and there were some issues, and we were going back and forth, and then in 2007 the option was issued.
So 2007, I recall, was when, if that's the year, and I trust that is, that's when fundraising actually started. So I hope that addresses Vice Mayor Nissa's question. Well, just as a quick reminder here, is like, we just had this item before us as a study session previously about our parks master plan going forward, and it mentions on packet page 16, it talks about some of the public-private partnerships that the city has engaged in, including the Sea Scout building, the Elizabeth Gamble Garden, and the Williams property, which of course is the Museum of American Heritage. And my one little passion plea here is that, as I've said many times from the dais, I'm pretty fiscally conservative, but I also recognize when there are opportunities that aren't going to come along again. So my thinking about this is, if not here, where? And I've thought about this over the years, and I just don't know where it would be if not here. I think both Councilmember Burt and Councilmember Price's scenarios are interesting ones to consider. It'd be great if there was a 2.4 just grant handed out. I'm not sure how we could do that without looking at that number in the context of other commitments and considerations that the city has before it. Rich, I guess I look to you or to Bob, or maybe both of you, about what's going to be the most fundamental in getting response, and Rich, you used the term trigger event. What's going to be the most instrumental in getting response from the potential donors that have been screened and interviewed in the last just handful of months? Is it a match? Is it a let's just say we use Councilmember Burt's scenario here, where there's $1 million put forward for the back of the building. Is that going to be most helpful as a match, or is it going to be most helpful as a give, so they can show the forward movement on the project? What's most helpful? I really don't know. And again, I'll leave that open to Bob too. You might want to respond as well.
It's a complex answer to a very good question. The support, unconditional support from the city for this project would mean so much to the donor community, and it would cause the bandwagon effect, that, as Bob calls it. But it would not be, so if we were to work out a matching grant or a staged approach, that would be a very strong signal to the community that the city is behind their building and we are working in partnership to make this thing happen. It would not be the fastest way to the goal, which is to start construction, put up the fences, get going, bring in the tractors. That would take some time because we'd have to go back to the community and work out the next steps. Bob can answer, I think, the question more effectively about how long that might take.
Well, I'm not going to answer about how long it might take, but what I will say is I do believe that it would be highly motivational for donors to really know that there's skin in the game and that they can pick up some of the council's money, the city's money, as leverage for their gifts. Leverage is very, very important to donors. And making an impact, high impact, where there's enormous certification that it's the right thing to do. And that is what the council is being asked to do tonight. You know, is get behind in a very significant way this whole process, so the donors feel very comfortable in coming forward and saying, "Okay, fine, let's get this done, and let's get it done pretty quickly."
Thank you for that.
I should say, I'll say one more thing, I'm sorry. There's a real, now we get into the devils in the details and the technical issues. There are things called challenge grants, there are things called matches, there are things called grants or gifts or something like that. And so they're not synonymous, and we would have to sit down with representatives of the city to really figure out what makes the best sense to motivate people. I probably would talk to a number of donors to figure out precisely what would attract their money.
So given that, I'm not quite sure what, council members are going to give comments tonight that staff will then bring back, and I'm hoping with some options to consider. So I guess where I'm kind of coming down on this is it would be that I'm hoping staff would come back with a 2.4 in context with other commitments. And you can tell me if this is like too many things to consider. And also a scenario where Councilmember Burt's scenario of the $1 million for the rear of the building in combination with Councilmember Price's scenario where there's part match, part loan to get to the 2.4. So I guess that's where I'm coming down on this at this moment.
Councilmember Berman.
Thank you. I need to add one more point of clarity here for the council to make sure we're all on the same page. I don't happen to have the presentation, so I can't tell you what slide it is, but it's the slide with the financial cost in numbers. Thank you. If you see the TDR figure of $1 million, I just wanted to remind you that that was based on the revenue with parking exemptions. And so one could say that because the city changed the conditions, that we may be obligated to make up that gap between the revenue that we would receive without the parking exemption and the exemption. So that's another figure that needs to be in the equation for the city in terms of a bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for the presentation, and it's an impressive show of support. When I saw everybody walk in, I thought I should go run and find a hat and just start passing it up and down the aisles, and we'd get to that delta real quick. But and then I saw the total dollar amount, and I realized that wasn't going to happen. It's a very ambitious plan, a very exciting plan. I like Councilmember Burt's idea, probably coupled with the situation that Lalo just mentioned in regards to figuring out which elements of this construction might the city kind of see itself as responsible for. And I think the damage done to the back wall is an element. I'd ask staff to do their own analysis to figure out what they think that amount is. The difference in TDR is based on the loss of the parking exemptions is another area. I like the idea of a matching grant versus a grant because I like the idea of incentivizing other people to give. I think that's a way that we can maximize the contribution that we can make as a city. I could see myself being supportive of the city putting skin in the game because this would be a wonderful community asset. The full $2.4 million. I've spent 15 months on the official infrastructure committee, and 2 years before that on the infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission with Ralph. And I'm more than well aware of all of the other obligations things that we're trying to fund as a city. That we don't have enough money to fund all of it, and I'm sure that once we support the History Museum, there will probably be other groups that will come out from the community who want similar support. So we have to keep everything in context of all of the different needs that we have as a community. But this is an exciting plan. I have a little uncomfortability about $8 to $12 million for phase 2. That's just a huge number, especially in comparison to what's been raised to date and pledges to date and funding sources to date. And so a part of me is a little worried that we might see you guys again in 18 months for another $2.4 million, which is not feasible. But to the extent that the city getting involved and showing support can incentivize bigger donors in the community, that's a fantastic thing. So I can't speak to definite numbers in a vacuum, which is what we're in right now. We'd have to, as Councilmember Holman mentioned, we'd have to look at this within the context of all of the things that we're trying to get done as a city. But I'm definitely open to the city getting involved and supporting the project, and to the extent that we can find a logical nexus between why we're funding the number that we're funding, that's all the better. So two good ideas have come up tonight, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Councilmember Klein.
Let me first start by saying that to the extent I talk about history, that's based just on my memory. I haven't had time to go read all the city council minutes from 2006, 7, 8, and so forth. So if I'm off on my dates, you'll have to forgive me. But I think I'm right in the basic thrust. Second, a matter of just personal background. I love history. It was my minor in college, and a good deal of my recreational reading is in history, and I very much want this museum to succeed because my views are closer to Gary Vizino's perhaps than Joe Huber, that I do think we have a very, very special place and a very special story. Having said that, I got to inject my councilman views rather than my personal views. That is, I'm very worried about whether the community really wants to have this project. It hasn't shown that so far, and I don't think the council should get out in front on this. Raising $3.5 million in 7 years for a capital campaign is frankly not a good record. And new leadership, great, but I think it's got to prove itself before the city steps in, because I worry, as Councilmember Berman mentioned, that we might be looked at as the last resort for the next round of money, then when that falls short. And so I don't see 1 million or 2.4 million as the end until I think the History Museum Board can really show it can raise significant money. Some of the discussion tonight has treated this as if the council is being asked to participate for the first time and should have skin in the game, which is a phrase that I really don't like, but it's also not true here. As I calculated, the city is already involved to the extent of course, purchasing the property and offering a long-term free lease, and I leave it to you to calculate what that's worth. And then the TDRs are really from the city. They're created really by the city. Then the same thing is really true of the library archives. So as I see it, we've already got, roughly speaking, 3.5 million in, no, excuse me, 1.5 million plus whatever the value of the land is. And this land has not been a great purchase by the city from a financial standpoint. When I first came on the council in 2006 and into 2007, and this is where my dates get a little off, we were asked as a council to fund additional repairs, which weren't in the initial estimates at all. I think we were asked 2, 3, maybe even 4 times by the then city administrator to come up with money for repairs. And the council finally really revolted and said to the then manager, and I want to make very clear that Jim Keene has no responsibility for this, this has got to stop. I think we ended up putting in $1 million, close to $1 million of water-related repairs into that building. So it's not just the back of the building, it's the basement or whatever else we were doing that this was never seemingly going to stop. So I think the city's already got a lot of skin in this game, and I think that ought to be a persuasive story to any potential funder, excuse me. I think that this is, as I look at it, this is just the reverse of where we ought to be. I think that the History Museum needs to go out and prove that it can really raise significant sums of money. I think they should say the city has already put in a lot of money for it. And actually, when you compare what we have here to the organizations that one of my colleagues listed from the report on item number 1 tonight, the Sea Scout Center and the environmental volunteers and so forth, the money that we'd be putting in here far, far exceeds the money that we put into those organizations. And so I think that you ought to come back and say to us a year from now, gee, we've been successful in raising 10, 15, 20 million dollars, and now if you only put in the last X dollars, we'd be over the top. And I think the top also means you have to be able to show to us that the annual expenses are really going to be covered and that they're not going to be coming back for operating subsidies as well. We have, I need to point out, we have just agreed to, or we'll later tonight, to put on the ballot in November a means to finance all of the $40 or $50 million of infrastructure improvements that we had identified. And that's great. We really, I think we'll feel good about that. But tonight our first item on our agenda was to take a look at what our parks are and what we're going to be doing there in the future. And my guess is that when that report comes back in 2015 and 2016, they're going to be looking at funding, just as a wild guess, $10 to $20 million of repairs there. And that to me is something that we got to do that takes precedence over the History Museum as much as I want to see the History Museum succeed. So I'm really concerned about where we are, and I think that you need to prove to us that the money's really there from the people who can afford to make substantial contributions. Lastly, I need to point out to my colleagues that when we did survey work on what infrastructure projects the community would support, we had 2 polls, and frankly, the History Museum did not score well on that. So for those reasons, I cannot support any money now, but I hope that we'll be able to in the future when you come back, when all that enthusiasm pays off, and you're able to say to us that we've raised a substantial portion of that $20 or $30 million. The total 15 to 25, 20 of that, and that we can put you over the last little bit.
Councilmember Schmid.
Well, first I want to say it's been an exciting evening, and you've sold me on the notion that you have an absolutely beautiful building. It's a great idea for the community. I like the notion that you want to focus on that this is an investment in our future, not our past, and that history is part of the soul of the community. So that as a celebration, I think, is well worth gathering together on. Certainly, I would wholeheartedly support an extension of the lease if that was something that became important. When we got down to the numbers, though, I go along with what some of my other colleagues have said. If Lalo came back to us and said, okay, let's talk dollars, the first thing you'd look at is the numbers that we have in front of us. And you seem to be stuck on $3.6 million, asking for 2.4 from the city. But behind that is a need for 8 to 12 for the programming investment. So what is the connection between the capital cost up front, so we can move those shovels, and the 8 to 12 millions that's necessary to make things work? On the operational costs, what's upsetting on those numbers is even as you go out to 2014, they are positive, but half of the revenues are donations. So you're looking for donations, some for the capital cost, some donations for the programming investment, and then some for the operating cost. So the discussion with Lalo about the finances would be, how are these things connected, and how do we break through from one to the other? And I assume the donors are looking at the same numbers and have the same questions. So it might be good to have that dialogue with us first, but and in a way be a leadership for your donors as well. So I guess I'm at that point that the idea is something I enthusiastically support, but we need to sit down and take a hard look at the numbers.
Okay, first, Rich, I have a couple of questions. The last time I did a deep dive on this was when it was at Finance Committee, I want to say 2 years ago, maybe 3? 2. Okay, and at that point, there was this gap of about $800,000 with the possibility of $1.2 million that needed to be somehow collected in a way that might come forward with a syndication concept. And so a couple of my questions stem from the vision that I saw then that may have changed. So I just need to confirm some of this. At that time, not all of the building was expected to be used by the History Museum. So are you intending to rehabilitate, have the full use of the entire building for the History Museum?
Thank you for the question, because I neglected to clarify that. The numbers in the pro forma operations budget include leasing at commercial rate $6 a foot, about 2,100 square feet of the second floor to not-for-profit groups that would somehow sympathize with the mission of the museum.
Okay, I understand that there might be some tax implications there. All of a sudden, it's in the market, and so I think the right across the street here, the Pacific Art League is having that experience where they're going to market with a couple of their suites, but they have to pay a pro rata share of property taxes. So if you ironed out any of those details?
No, we have not.
Okay. I think that complicates things a lot. The History Museum at that time was only going to be open 3 days a week. Are you thinking that that's going to still be the same experience?
Yes. Yeah, okay. I think initially we're going to take some baby steps. We're going to see how the museum feels. We may not build all the exhibits at one time. We may start with one exhibit, semi-permanent, another one that would be a rotating gallery type of thing. So we can start to feel how the community enjoys the building, and then, take some further steps.
Now to the jump between $800 to $1.2 million to $2.4 million gap. What happened between 2 years ago and today to have that gap be wider than it was?
I don't have the answer. I know that the construction budget was reviewed and finally updated in July of 2012. So I don't know if the numbers that you saw were before or after that construction budget review.
I think they were starting to come in, but I see the dollars fundraised then I think were larger. So when you have the 2.4 as pledged, I think that was a healthier number then. So did something happen? I mean, I can't ask you, what's happened with funding, but I do know that this is a different scenario than before. And I just wanted to try to bridge my own thinking on this because quite frankly, I didn't realize that you were still under the concept of renting this out for market. That does change my thinking based on the presentation. You might have the answer to that. Sure. Go ahead if you.
I'm Steve Steiger. I'm the former president of the Palo Alto History Museum Board. We were counting at one time on a historic tax investment credit issue, and we had been working with the Finance Committee on that, and then a legal issue came up that determined that those funds were not going to be available for a project of this sort, and that was where a large portion of that.
Okay. All right. So why don't I go ahead and make my comments broadly. I have to agree. These are similar comments that I made 2 years ago, that the city does have quite a bit of money. Actually, I might want to make one more question to Bob Woods. Since we do have close to, I think, $3 million into the purchase and the repairs and that type of thing in the site, does that interest anybody as saying that the city does have skin in the game, or is this considered not important?
I thank you for the correction about the use of the phrase skin in the game, and I apologize for that use. Yes, you've put a lot of money. The city has put money into it. Interestingly, the match drives, if you did a match, the match would drive the interest of the donor probably on the program side as well as the renovation side. There probably are more donors at this point interested on the establishment of the museum than the renovation of the building. Right. I can't say that with specificity, but that's the feeling that I'm getting. So what I would suggest is there's some real power in being able to put the museum in and finding the revenue to drive that. I think the match would absolutely drive that.
Thank you.
Okay.
And that's the way I understand the lease that we have right now, or the offer that we have, the option, thank you, is that the History Museum has to raise all the money and then the option gets to be exercised so in other words, they can't start on the project, because if I remember correctly, the environmental volunteers started on the project, ran out of money, it stalled out for a while, and then they were able to get the rest of the money. But it was actually moving forward, and which is something that I would like to see happen. So can you explain that a little bit to me?
Yeah, there would not be a lease. So I think for their interest and our interest, we want to have it to where we enter into the term of the lease.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Right, the construction
so they have to raise the money in order to activate the lease option. Is that the way this is right now?
To enter into a lease.
Okay, right. So I guess what my interest is whether or not we can have flexibility there, because I've been watching I was on the infrastructure committee. I know how we have to go back now and find a way to figure out how to pay for another $10 million. And that doesn't even get us completely off the list of things that need to happen. Now, my thinking would change if we had a use for the extra square footage that's going to go to market. If there's something that the city needed to expand out into, that would change my thinking with whether or not we would do matching grants. Because then I think that we should be sharing in that partnership of that experience, or using that space in order to do some of we have people renting in market right now, and we could be able to retract them from us leasing market rents and bringing them into the Roth building or something along those lines. This is not too different from the comments that I had 2 years ago in finance. I think that I do want to see the building used, and that way I know the city would be using it 5 days a week, if not longer, and I think that that's important to me as well. I am a little concerned about the calculation of the transfer of development rights. That's a very, very sensitive issue to the downtown community right now because they don't want to see any more development without some of the analysis that we're doing right now with what has become of downtown, where we can't find places to park and we actually need to bolster our own infrastructure for the experience that we're having with the working community in the downtown area. So I do think that that is that a council decision to do the transfer of development rights, or is that the history museums once they take ownership of the building? The way I understand that also is you can't sell those rights until after you've built the building according to the Secretary's standards. Did I think I've thrown out a few things for you to respond to.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, while the city attorney kind of catches up with us here, she's just trying to keep us out of another pickle over here.
I understand.
Was your question about the discretion related to the amount of the TDRs? Was that
No,
confusion?
that I know is the market rate, and I know that we've changed that, and that this is more of the historic rate that we had before we took the parking exemption away, and now there's no parking exemption. So if you have TDRs, you have to provide the parking for it as well. I wanted to know whose role was that to decide whether to sell them or not?
Well, I mean...
Or is it just automatic that if you have them, you can sell them?
Yeah,
I mean, we own the building. They're going to occupy it.
Right. So, I mean, right now, the city owns the building, so it belongs to the city, right? And the TDRs are the city's. And so all we have been operating under with it, which is an option to lease, which is a future potential option. So I think in our conversations, to be honest with you, with one or two conversations I've had with some of the board members, I guess I've sort of said, the TDRs, in a sense, are the least of your concerns. I mean, if you start to close the gap on the other funding issues, then the city would be in a position to activate the sale of the TDRs as another funding source. Obviously, if we're in some different ownership or relationship down the road, I'll leave it to the city attorney to tell us, where that discretion lies. But I think anything in the near term of trying to be able to put together a program that says, here's the funding that can deliver the capital renovations for the building, that really would be in the city's purview, and I think that would be one of the things that the city would obviously be offering and advertising that it would be able to contribute.
So I guess it gets back to, though, if the city is already under a lot of pressure and stress to not generate any more development downtown, and yet that's what this would be doing, isn't that correct? That if we sell the transfer of development rights, somebody can develop this extra square footage on their site downtown, so there would be more commercial space. That's the way I understand that. So I just needed to find out, exactly where. So I guess I would like to see if we should take that up as a policy matter for the city ourselves to see whether or not that's where we are at this moment in time. At this moment in time, I think that there would be a lot of tension. And the reason why I say that, and I know many of the community members that are here tonight have not been here during many of those other community meetings, along with a lot of editorials, a lot of angst going on in the community right now with the tension that's in play. We have a little bit of square footage left to build out before we reach our 350,000 square foot max in the downtown area. And so
that's under the existing
the existing cap, and we are studying that to whether or not to extend that. So I do think that we've actually, I know some of my colleagues have talked out loud about just removing that ability. And so I just wasn't sure where we were on that and who got to make that decision. But I do think that is a shared decision, so I'm not really getting an answer as to whose decision that is.
Madam Mayor, that's the city's decision.
It's the city's decision,
Yeah.
okay.
And your suggestion that a conversation be specifically had about that is perfectly appropriate. That
Okay.
won't happen by accident and will
Right.
require the city to create those TDRs.
Well, for these reasons, I think that there is more to be developed here. I used one of your videos, the History Association's videos in the State of the City with Turman, who, Professor Turman, who had that great question that has kind of rattled a lot of us as to how we got to where we got to. And so I do believe I think history is extremely important because it helps us understand our story. And some people, sometimes community members think that we're a suburb or something. We're not really a suburb. We sort of are a mix of almost everything with an incredible experience for neighborhood livability and work and an unprecedented amount of prosperity. And so I would like to, I'm not sure how I'm giving you direction here tonight, but I think that if there's a better way to maybe have, if there's a way for us to contribute to this, but then also be able to access the square footage there, if we can find a use for it, I think that would be very interesting to me, because then we would have some of our city workers not out in somebody else's building across the street here or other places in town. So that's some of the interest that I have. So. With that, I really would like to see this happen, but I think that there still is some more things that we can discuss with the city manager. I definitely would agree with Councilmember Schmid when he says if we need more flexibility with the lease to go forward for another 6 months or so, to come up with that sort of sweet spot to make some of those triggers happen, because I definitely would like to see this money come in, and that would be excellent. So with that, do you have any more comments?
Thank you. I'll
sum
up after the council member. I'll conclude after the last speaker, just to make sure
Well, I've gone out for a round, so you have.
I have a clarification to, I think, unless I misunderstood something here. The TDRs, when I was still, pardon me, when I was still working with the museum, the TDRs were created back then. I mean, it's probably been, I'm guessing here, probably almost 2 years ago, those TDRs were created. But hang on a second, there's a reason I'm doing this. So they were created back then. The city decided for various reasons not to sell them, but the TDRs, I think there's been a misunderstanding over time. The TDRs were created once the plans were approved. You don't have to wait until the project is built to sell the TDRs. And I think that's been a confusion that's happened. It's different for city-owned buildings than it is for private sector buildings.
I guess what I was trying to get at is whose decision that was, so that I could get a clear understanding of how bankable this $1 million is. And so there still is a lot of shared decision making that we need to have, and I guess I would like to see staff work with the History Museum to kind of get down to some of those nuggets so that we can have the right kind of incentives to bring in the fundraising so that we can see this realized.
Okay.
So you want to wrap up with some of your comments?
Yeah. So, if I just might on this last comment, let's not forget, I don't think we want to be thinking about obligations, since the History Museum is asking us for some significant gap funding. So, in one sense, it's all sort of fungible as to how you want to, close that gap. And when to close it. I just wanted to restate, especially for folks who may not be familiar with the process here tonight, that we are in a council study session. So the council isn't formulating any particular motion or recommendation to us. You've all made a lot of comments that in a lot of ways you're leaving it to us to sort of kind of proceed from here with what we heard. And there are a range of options that we heard, both about ideas and concerns. I think clearly, I haven't heard anything that along the lines that would say, well, this is just this is an idea that's played out, and let's just forget about the any renewal of the option for the lease. That there's a lot of new energy, I think a lot more strategy and networking and relationship building that's taking place both within the new board and in the community that warrants us probably coming back with the council with an option to renew the lease, let's say for a year rather than just 6 months or something, so that there's enough time to work through some of these. So I think what we will do is meet with the board chair and any other board members to kind of talk through these kind of options and try to put them in some way that, you know, there might be more explicit direction ultimately we could come back to the council with and get some feedback on, concurrent with us sometime before, say, June, to come back with an item on the option to extend the lease, or the option to extend the option on the lease.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you all for coming. And Rich, it was a great presentation. We're looking forward to this. Take care.
Thank you very much for your kind attention and for your support. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Excuse me, Rich. I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow up. Hi. Question. Do you have an extra copy of the presentation? There were a lot of members that could see from that.
Yes.
I have one just for you.
but you know what? It's going to win. We're going to win at least Final Four, and we're going to
At least Final Four. Richard Brandt, at least Final Four.
I'm in trouble now, I know.
Richard Brandt, who led us to the Rose Bowl, took us to the Rose Bowl against Michigan.
I'll take Bert Hale out for lunch.
Is it possible Stanford could meet Michigan State in the semifinal and the Final Four, and we could have a revenge game?
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
For the Rose Bowl?
Revenge. I better go.
Richard Brandt,
pleasure.
Historian, local video. You know, I got Roger Inman to my left. He's an audio guy. Richard Brandt to my right, a video guy, and I'm just a talent. I'm so lucky. I'm right here in the middle.
Interface. You're the interface.
I'm the
right?
interface. I am the
You're
interface.
You're user interface.
We are live, downtown Palo Alto, democracy in action, historical night.
As Bird of Paradise says, we love everybody, right?
Bird, we love everybody.
Especially you, baby.
Richard Brandt, KZSU guy from way back, a Stanford alum and KZSU guy, stopping by, bringing us the love for the Stanford Cardinal men and women, Sweet 16.
The women,
yeah. That game was today. They beat Florida State. It was on the KZSU earlier. They'll play Sunday on KZSU, live on campus. The regionals, that's going to be off the hook as well. Vince Larkin coming to you live. We still have more council coming as we're on a break. And that last item took a little bit longer, about 45 minutes longer than we should. We still haven't gotten to the consent calendar or oral communications, which is always entertaining, and of course the consent calendar, in which any item can become an item right in front of our eyes. And I mentioned what those were. What I didn't mention was the council action items, which after we get through the consent calendar and the oral communications, we have council direction on whether to submit utility user tax modernization ordinance to voters in the November 2014 election. And then there's that colleagues memo of council members Burt, Holman, Schmidt, urging colleagues to dedicate new parkland in the foothills. That's all coming up. Now, next week we are off. No broadcasts of the council, but we will be back. We will kick things off in April on April 7th for a regular meeting. There'll be a pre-meeting with a joint session with the Public Art Commission. 7 p.m. is a regular meeting. It's partner presentation for the Art Center Partners National Charity League. Then public hearing on TEFRA for the Stevenson House, and then TEFRA for Stanford Housing, and then Policy and Services Committee staff requests direction from the council on naming of the main library. That was an item that was moved from a previous night because it was because of another item took so much time. Also from finances, the 2015-2024 long-range financial forecast, the business registry, and the discussion of approval of the Caltrain draft environmental impact report comment letter. Then April 14th is canceled. We will not have a broadcast on Monday, April 14th. So we will be back then on the 21st. Special pre-study, pre-meeting on Earth Day. Then 7 p.m., it's partnership presentation, child care advisory. And then direction to staff regarding CPI, public hearing, adoption of an ordinance modifying chapters 18.6 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code to address building setbacks, the build-to-line standard in the CN/CS zone for sites identified in housing element inventory, allowing up to 20 dwelling units per acre, and PAMC Chapter 1804 to modify the definition of a lot area to encourage wider sidewalks. Recommendation to adopt an ordinance updating the administrative penalty schedule, and then the Matadero Margarita Bicycle Boulevard project. So that is what we have coming up.
Colleagues can come back to the dais. please?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Of course, Gail is getting points. I've got to get.
Comedy.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have, so right now to get back on track, we're going to have to speed through this, Mr. City Manager. It is now almost 10 minutes after 9, and City Manager comments were supposed to be at 8 o'clock. There are no agenda changes, deletions, or additions. And so, City Manager comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the Council, did want to announce that beginning on March 6th, service to Link Plus, which is the popular union catalog of contributing holdings from more than 60 participating public and academic libraries in California and Nevada, has been restored at the downtown library. The service was suspended in November, anticipating an opening at Mitchell Park, where it will be located once open. So pickups and returns must be made at downtown. Reminder that 3-hour parking is available at City Hall across the street, which is open, and at downtown library, which is open 2 evenings per week. The first RPP stakeholder meeting was held March 20th with collaborative and positive participation by all of the stakeholders. That's residential permit parking, The next meeting will be held April 17th, during which the stakeholders will help prioritize the issues around the development of the downtown residential permit parking district and begin to develop solutions. Staff is working on an update to the website so members of the public can keep up with activities of the stakeholder group and attend future meetings. And then last week, the Architectural Review Board recommended adoption of an ordinance that would require new development on parcel zones CN, CS, and CC along El Camino Real, excluding the Stanford Shopping Center and the Town and Country Center, to be set back from the property line so as to accomplish an effective sidewalk width of 12 to 18 feet based on context rather than 12 feet as currently required. The ordinance would also reduce the floor area ratio, or building density, allowed on 32 individual properties where residential densities of 20 dwelling units per acre are permitted. The setback issue is referenced in flyers that have been posted around town, not by the city, and staff is concerned that these flyers contain some misinformation. So as a result, city staff will host a public meeting on April 1st, 2014 at 6 p.m. at the Creekside Inn, Stratton Room at 3400 El Camino Real. For members of the community who are interested in hearing a summary of the ordinance, asking questions, or providing comments. The proposed ordinance will also be subject of a Planning and Transportation Commission hearing. And then lastly, I did just want to share, many of you, of course, knew George Browning, but it is with great sadness that I inform you of the death of George Browning. We learned yesterday that he passed away on Saturday. George had fell ill in December, and he'd recently moved to Atascadero to live with his son. George worked as a volunteer for the police department for over 20 years. He started in 1993 and worked 6,891 volunteer hours helping keep the police department running. He volunteered the equivalent of 3.5 years of full-time employment. George truly believed in helping to make Palo Alto and our country a better place to live. He loved doing his part to keep our officers' equipment functioning, the cars running, and putting a smile every day on everyone's face. He was one of the hardest working people, worked in the city, and he never took a penny for his work. So we will have information regarding funeral services. They will be forthcoming. And that's all I have to report.
Okay, thank you, and I'm really sorry to learn of our loss with Mr. Browning. Oral communications is next. This is when members of the public can speak to any item not on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Our first speaker will be Richard Brand, to be followed by Lolly Osborne. Richard Brand. All right, let's move on to Lolly Osborne. Okay, she left also. Stephanie Munoz to be followed by Fred Balin.
Good evening, council members. I'd like to follow through on Mark Berman's remark about the Historical Museum. He said, sort of off the cuff, well, of course, if we give money to the museum, there'll be other people that want money too, which is very true. And I'd like to amplify that a little bit. The things that you hear about the museum are also true of other issues in town. But a theme that runs through all of them is excessive generosity to developers. That Roth building was not taken apart as part of the park. It was taken apart as part of a concession to the sofa developers. They wanted to have really more density than most people in Palo Alto liked, and they managed to push it through. And at the same time, in their negotiations with the city having to do with the park, they got the city to agree to tear down half of the Roth building. Understand, if the city had not torn down the half of the Roth building, which they owned, they could have put all those offices, all the useful stuff in those offices that they simply demolished and gave away as a concession to the developers who had not left enough backyard and front yard room in their development for people to feel that they lived in a really classy place. I think it was a big mistake. Not only that, but tearing down half of the building means a big problem. If one of the now council members had not gone out and stood in front of the bulldozer, the wall of the half that we kept would have been torn down too. And we wouldn't have any building there today because it would have been completely demolished, not just partially demolished. What I want to say is, for the other things, the same thing is happening with Buena Vista. The city would like more affordable housing, and guess what? There's affordable housing right there. It's in little, very, very unpretentious homes that low-income people are actually living now. And because some 50 years ago, another city council decided they would be generous to developers and grow, it was not zoned trailer park. Therefore, those people are in a position of being evicted. And I think you could do something about that, and you should.
Thank you. Thank you. Fred Balin to be followed by Mike Francois.
Good evening. The Mayfield Development Agreement, Upper California Avenue housing site plans came to the ARB on Thursday morning, 17 acres, 180 units. The last scheduled public stop except for review of the subdivision map. Residents working on this for close to 3 years. But much that is new is often revealed in the home stretch. We wait and watch for the staff report's release online. It appears, board to make recommendations to the director based on architecture review findings, attachment D, and subject to conditions of approval that will be provided under separate cover. At the hearing, it appears on the back table, 21 pages, single spacing. The item proceeds. No mention of the late submission from either staff or board members. What are the ARB protocols in this regard? There are no ARB protocols. How effectively can residents and interested parties comment? The university's council notices a heading indemnity, comes to the podium and asks for an opportunity to talk with staff. The conditions also relate to such neighborhood concerns as transportation, construction and post-construction noise, fire access, and easements. After the hearing, I returned to the city's website. The staff report has been replaced with a revised PDF that includes the conditions. When did this occur? At or after 4 p.m. Wednesday, because the properties menu in Adobe Reader reveals the last modification date, 16 hours before the meeting, a very narrow window if you happen to search within it. Was there at least email notification to subscribers as is provided for council agenda and staff report release and revisions? No. What is the appropriate remedy? Renotice, release of updated and complete staff report, placement on a future ARB agenda. And the proper adjustments going forward? Beginning with the Mayfield El Camino Real BMR housing ARB review set for next week, and all future developments, release the staff report together with complete access to all attachments, including the same project plans board and commissioners receive via a link to a source PDF that should be posted on Planning's Department Projects website. Allow sufficient time for review or continue the item. To the ARB and Planning Commission, apply the clerk's office practice of subscriber notification of the initial posting and any subsequent change to agendas and staff reports. Finally, press for implementation of your existing council protocol. For major complex projects and policies, the city will make every effort to distribute these reports 2 weeks prior to the meeting when the item will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mike Francois.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. 3 things. The water lady that usually come here, Wayne Gersich, she was in a anti-fluoride march this weekend. It was in San Francisco. There was a lot of people that showed up. In fact, they're planning on having one in San Jose, the Palo group, because this fluoride thing is really growing, and about 100 people were there. Second of all, she was asked to speak. In fact, she did speak at the Rotary meeting. The dentist got up and told her and said, what this lady is saying about fluoric acid is untrue. It's safe. It's been in the water for years. But people forget dentists were the same people that we trust to put mercury and silver in our mouths, which is now outlawed, should we say. It's not good for us. And also, they found out that fluoride contributes to the high cancer rate in Marin. Marin has the most successful women in the country, but yet it has the highest rate of breast cancer. And as far as race is concerned, black women have the highest rate of breast cancer. That's all documented history. And putting the fluoride thing to aside for a second, I think it was in January, I think it was Better Living, and I congratulate Palo Alto on this. Better Living said that Palo Alto was the #1 city in California for living. You rated as #1. I think San Francisco was #3. That's overall everything from homeless to your streets being repaired to education to police reports, everything combined. You were considered #1. I might have been in the country, but I know it was #1 in the state. And last but not least, I was looking at this crime show last night called NCIS. It's just like Criminal Minds and so forth. And they were looking for this guy, and they said, well, this case happened before. You know, it's just drama. It's just a make-believe. But this case happened before, and they said it happened to a girl 10 years ago, and she was from Palo Alto, California. And I just, hey, you guys are now on television. You guys are being mentioned. You know, they just threw your name out there. But you know, you're part of history. If I can get that document from Better Living, I'll give it to you so you can put it in your history museum. It's Palo Alto being #1. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're going to move on to the consent calendar, and I have 1 speaker on the consent calendar, and you will have 3 minutes. That is Bob Moss, and he is speaking on items 8A through C.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd and council members. Looking at the salaries and the raises proposed for the council appointed officers, I was struck by the small raise and the small total compensation that's for the city clerk, and also the large raise and the large total compensation for the city attorney. In contrast, I think in terms of providing services to the community, the city clerk's office is far more valuable than what is being offered in compensation. far more valuable compared to the city attorney's office. So I think you ought to reconsider. And the clerk is scheduled for a raise of less than $3,000, and the attorney for a raise in the order of $20,000. I think that's a significant disparity, particularly considering what's offered to the community by the two offices. The main reason I think the clerk's office has been underpaid for so many years is because the city clerk has always been a woman. And I think this is another example of women's employment being undercompensated compared to men. On the other hand, the city attorney's office has almost always been a man. So the current city attorney is kind of building on the overpayment to the clerk, to the legal office that has been built over decades. So I would suggest that you reconsider. I think the city clerk should get a higher raise, and if anything, the city attorney should be getting a lower raise. If you want to take it from one and give it to the other, that's your decision. But I just don't think the compensation meets the performance.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Stephanie Munoz on the same item.
Dear council members, I would like to echo what Bob said. It's always very well thought out and many more facts than I could marshal. I just have one observation. It seems to me that the point of having a lot of development is so that the city will have a lot of money. But all this money that the city has never seems, well, I don't know about never, all this money that the city has doesn't always go to these great ideas that people like a lot. I think it was Councilmember Klein who suggested that, well, people liked the idea of a history museum, but they weren't really fanatically enthusiastic about it. I would like to suggest that one thing that they are even less enthusiastic about is raising the salaries of people who already get a lot of money. Now, some people, maybe they should get 100% raise in salary. It's not the percentage. It's what you start out with to begin with. I would like respectfully to say that once a person is making $150,000 or even $200,000 a year, no matter how the person could walk on water. That person does not need a raise. That's all I have to say. And if the density in development is going to be primarily to, and I wouldn't say it's so much rewarding those people either. It's sort of an idea that we're somehow a better city if these high-paid people are paid more. But I don't think that's a very good way to spend the money, and I don't think that we need all that development, especially if that's all that it's going to go for. It'd be different if, like homeless or something. So I would like to say that you reconsider the salary raises. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're taking up the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Moved by Councilmember Berman and seconded by Councilmember Price. Can we vote on the board, please?
Oops. Wrong button.
We're voting on consent calendar.
Pat.
We're voting on consent calendar. All right, and the motion carries with Councilmember Scharf absent. Now we're entering into our action items, and as I did last time, we have a script. And so I'm going to go through how we're going to take up, there's 3 action items tonight. The first is item number 9, which is the utility users modernization. This is a recommendation from our city attorney and finance staff to put an item on the November ballot to modernize the telephone portion of our utility users tax to keep pace with modern technology and changes in federal law. On this item, the staff is looking for direction from council to bring a resolution back to council to put the utility users tax amendment on the fall ballot. The staff is also looking for direction whether the council wants to revise the rate discount that is in place for large commercial users of gas, electric, and water services. The city attorney will introduce the item. Since we have a number of potential matters that could be placed before the voters coming in future meetings, a council motion on this item and action tonight will be important, as we will essentially need to wrap up our ballot decisions by the time of the council July break. 40 minutes has been planned for this item. Item number 10, which is the colleagues memo, is a colleagues memo urging council to dedicate new parkland in the foothills. This memo deals with the 7.7 acre parcel gifted to the city in 1981. We have scheduled this action item for 40 minutes, and council will consider whether to return with a park dedication ordinance or take some other action. Timing on direction to staff will be an important factor on any directions within the council's motion, which I will look for after the colleagues' authors introduce the item and after taking public comment. At the outset, however, the city manager has asked for a couple of minutes to provide a short additional summary and timeline for background related to this parcel. Then finally, our new item, which is going to be a standing item for our agenda, is our legislative piece of the evening, and we are being asked to endorse AB 1799. The staff has reinstated a section at the end of the council agenda, which we often use at this time of year, a standing item titled State Legislative Discussion and Potential Action, valuable when the state legislature is in session. We will be listing this item during the year, but may often not have any item on the agenda. There may be times when a late arrival calls for quick council action because of a committee meeting and pending legislative action. That is the case tonight with Rich Gordon's bill, AB 1799, which will be heard in committee April 2nd before our next meeting. We anticipate 15 minutes for this item, and I will be looking for a motion to formally support this bill and send the included letter of support. So at this time, let's go back and let's take up item number 9. As discussed, as already introduced, the city attorney will be doing a presentation on this, and then we will be looking for council motions and decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd. Council members, good evening. City Attorney Molly Stemp, and I'm joined here also tonight by Senior Assistant City Attorney Cara Silver, who will help us with any detailed questions on the specific technical aspects of the amendment that's before you tonight, and also CFO Lalo Perez and Joe Saccio from Finance can also assist us on any finance-related questions. So just a few slides to orient you at a big picture level to this item. The recommended motion today is to direct staff to return to council to call an election for November 2014 and place before the voters an amendment to the utility users tax to modernize the telephone section of that tax. And the proposed amendment has been made a part of your packet so that you can see the language that we are recommending at this time. We are asking also whether council, as a discretionary matter, would also like to provide any direction, since you're potentially going to the ballot on the UUT for the first part of the recommendation. This would be an opportunity, if you so wished, to revisit the large user discount, which applies to the gas, electric, and water portions of the UUT. That could be a part of the same ballot measure if council wanted to look at that portion of the tax. There's no need to do that if you don't wish to, but that's an optional item for you this evening. So a little bit of background. The voters adopted the UUT in Palo Alto in 1987. It does apply to 4 utilities: gas, electric, water, and telephone services. It was approved as a general tax, which means it's available for use for any general governmental purpose. In other words, the proceeds become a part of the city's general fund. They are appropriated annually by the council as part of the budget. The UUT currently constitutes about $11 million annually, which is 7% of the general fund revenues. We wanted to make just a comment about the Palo Alto Unified School District and payments to the PAUSD. As part of the 1987 campaign, the city and community leaders who were campaigning with relation to the UUT discussed two primary reasons why the city needed to raise additional funds through the adoption of a utility users tax. And those are a part of the ballot pamphlet arguments for and against that were submitted to the voters, but not a part of the language of the UUT itself. And those two purposes were to fund the recently entered into covenant not to develop with the school district and various leases for 15 years, which is approximately until 2003, counted from that time. And the second purpose that was identified to the voters was to fund needed improvements to streets and sidewalks. So these purposes were talked about again as part of the explanation and the dialogue with the community about why the city needed to raise additional funds, but they're not formally a part of the UUT. So the proposed amendment before you tonight doesn't change anything with respect to the purposes of the funds. Whether the city, in fact, continues to pay the school district, how much and for what, is subject to direct negotiations between the city and the district, which are ongoing now. The council has said publicly that it wishes to use funds that it has been paying for the covenant not to develop for a different but related purpose, and that's to maintain and improve Coverly Community Center. Again, those issues are not before you tonight. They will be determined in direct negotiations between the city and the school district. Okay, so why is an amendment to the telephone tax needed now? A variety of jurisdictions, in fact, most that have a telephone tax have either recently gone to the voters to amend technical aspects of the tax or are considering doing so. We're sort of in the middle of the pack in this process. And the reasons are as follows. The tax was intended to apply broadly to telephone services, and in fact it has done that, but the changes in modern telephone technology are outpacing the language of our ordinance. That's the first reason, that we need to look at revising the language to make sure that we are capturing all of the modern ways that people use telephone services. And the second reason is that changes in federal law, both federal statutory law, regulations, and court decisions have put at risk certain parts of our telephone user tax, and it's important that the city clarify its intention that the tax does apply broadly to all telephone services. So what will these changes mean in practice? The telephone tax, if the changes were adopted by the voters, would continue to apply to most telephone services. The telephone tax language would be expanded from traditional landlines to the modern technologies. Most consumers, as a practical matter, we don't think would experience an increase in the tax that they pay. And that is because it's our understanding from the billing and accounting practices of the phone service companies that most phone service companies are currently charging the tax to their customers in a fairly broad way and are remitting that to the city. But again, in order to ensure that that continues into the future, changes need to be made to the language to make it consistent with modern practice and law. So these changes would protect the telephone user tax from any risk of challenge and from gradual erosion over time. Okay, just a word about the large volume discount. In 1987, the UUT did provide for a reduced rate for large users of gas, electricity, and water. And there are two reduced tiers. So the rate steps down from the standard 5% rate to 3%, and then to 2% for very large users. There are currently, I believe, 9 entities that receive the benefits of the large user discount. They're all commercial accounts. There are no residential accounts that receive this benefit. Council could direct the staff to modify, reduce, or eliminate the large user discount as part of the same ballot provision, or the discount could be left as is. Okay, so I'm going to put back the recommended motion and return this to council for your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm looking for either a motion or, okay, Councilmember Price?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions related to the large discount users. Who are the 9 commercial users? Is it an appropriate question to ask in this discussion?
They're the following. Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. Councilmember Price, they're the following. CPI, Hewlett-Packard, Varian Medical, Stanford Hospital, L'Oreal, Stanford Hines, VMware, Stanford University, and 529 Bryant.
Okay, thank you. And have these large commercial users been approached regarding this staff, this discussion within the staff report? Do they have any concept that this is something that we may or may not be considering at this moment?
So in general, there hasn't been specific outreach on this item, but I do want Cara to update us on the recent work that was done with the Stanford Development Agreement, which did address this issue in part.
Okay.
Thank you. Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. In the recent Medical Center Development Agreement, as part of the consideration for the agreement, the university did agree to eliminate the large volume discount. And so once the hospital comes online, they will be paying the full 5% for gas, electric, and water.
Thank you. And do we know other cities who have sort of the full utilities complement that we have? Do they have large discount provisions or not? Do we have any idea if this is a common practice or
I'm not aware of any others, but I don't think we specifically did not survey for that. We did attach to the staff report some background material that talks about the other, I think, 154 cities that do have a utility user tax, and 4 counties, and what type of utility they cover. And that's an attachment to the staff report. There's no information there about step-down rates, and I'm not aware of another community that has that.
Okay, and then the other question is, and maybe you touched on it already, would it be possible to address this in language that talks about a phased-in approach instead of an immediate elimination, potentially, of this large discount?
Yes, you could do that.
Okay, but thank you. But within the staff report, there were no scenarios or options laid out in that regard. Is that correct?
There were no scenarios or options laid out because really this is not an item that we have received any direction from council or a committee on. We raised it primarily as a housekeeping matter because it is a structure that is somewhat in tension with most modern tiered rate structures, which actually provide for an inclining or increasing rate structure for higher usage. And so it stood out for us for that reason, and we did raise it, but we have not been directed to do so by any council member, so we don't have any specific direction on that, and we'll take that from you tonight.
And then in the staff report, it does say if we were to move in this direction, it would be about a $500,000 difference income for us, revenue?
That's in the total.
Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
550. Okay.
550.
Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I do have one speaker card that came in during those comments. I'm going to go head out to the public, and then we can bring it back for actions. Our speaker is Stephanie Munoz. You will have 3 minutes on the utility user tax item.
Good evening, council members. I'm sorry to bother you a third time, but this was a total surprise to me. I am pretty sure that I am not the only person in town who was blindsided by the fact that when all of us found our large volume discounts obliterated, that these large volume discounts, which once were common, are continued for the institutions that are a lot better able to pay than we are, it's incomprehensible. At one time, electric stoves were kind of new, electric dryers, and the PG&E, and then of course the Palo Alto followed suit, gave large volume discounts to encourage people to buy several electric appliances, and we did. And then once you had them, then you were stuck with paying with no large volume discount. And I thought that was kind of, I don't know, not fair. But of all the things that we have to complain about, that didn't make the cut. Well, certainly you shouldn't have a large volume discount for institutions if you don't have it for individuals. But another thing that I would like to mention is the way that the large volume discount was obliterated was it went in the other direction. They had tiers so that, well, you have tiers so that you have to pay more for the therms that you use in excess of what's considered a minimum, and the minimum's pretty darn small. So, which leaves you, if you reduce your amount one year, then you have to reduce it even more the next year. So it doesn't seem to have been well thought out. And it doesn't seem to have been thought out with any consideration at all for the ordinary user. And I'd like you to exert that consideration and to exert that thought. I'm sure that you can and that you appreciate the plight of the residents, and I wish you'd do that. Could you please? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to bring this back to council and close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Councilmember Berman.
Thank you very much. So I have one clarification that I want to ask staff about. Following up on City Attorney Stump's comments, if we modernize the UUT, which would be adding in cell phone communication that wasn't in anyone's figment of imagination in 1987, this would not change the rate for most users in Palo Alto because telecom companies are already charging their customers essentially for it as is. Am I misunderstanding that?
We can't confirm that they're all doing it the same way.
You said we cannot confirm.
We cannot, because here's the challenge that we have, that this is one of the areas where we don't really have regulatory control. When we ask for, when we've asked for information, we don't get detailed information from the telephone companies. So what we had to do is start looking at staff's utility bills for phone bills to try to see what we were looking to see, who had Verizon, who had AT&T, and try to determine. So it's hard to assure you that it's consistently applied by all the cell carriers.
But your sense is that, in all likelihood, the vast majority of folks in Palo Alto won't see any substantial difference to their bill.
Correct.
Due to the modernization of the UUT.
Correct.
Okay. So I am going to make a motion. I'll move the staff recommendation, direct staff to return council to call an election for November 2014 and place before voters the attached amendment to the utility user tax to modernize the telecommunications provision. In addition, that staff should include an elimination of the large volume discount paid by non-commercial users on gas, electric, and water. I'll leave that as the motion for now.
I'll second it.
Okay, the motion's been made by Councilmember Berman, seconded by Vice Mayor Niss. Councilmember Berman, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, thank you. So this seems, briefly, so this seems like a logical thing to do. I mean, I kind of alluded to it in my comments earlier, but when the UUT was initially created, nobody was thinking about, cellular phones, and that wasn't, but the vast majority of folks use those now for their telecommunications purposes. So it makes sense for us to modernize our UUT, which hasn't been modernized in 27 years. Is that right? I think that's right. 87? Yeah. What I'm not sure about, and I think that we should absolutely eliminate the large volume discount. I think that's totally counterintuitive and long overdue for that to be eliminated. I was intrigued by the idea of even creating a increase for additional usage, but I'll stick with just the elimination and see if any of my colleagues feel strongly about creating incentives so that commercial users use less. But that's the discount. It doesn't really create an incentive for people to use more. It just gives them a benefit when they use more, and that's totally antithesis of what we want to do. What I'm trying to come up with on the fly that I'm not going to put into the motion, but I'm open to amendments if anybody offers them, is whether or not we should reduce the UUT. And I was trying to do quick math on my cell phone. We get $11 million a year from the UUT, correct?
That's total. Let me have Joe give you a scenario.
If Joe could let me know, like 1% and 0.5% decreases, what that would mean in terms of loss of revenue.
I just ran a few numbers. First of all, this is just on a telephone UUT because many communities have used that as an incentive to decrease it. So a 0.2% would be about 126,000. A quarter is 158,000, and 0.5% would be 315,000 that we would lose.
Oh, so that's just to clarify, that's lowering it from 5% to 4.8%.
That's right.
Not 0.2% of the total.
Right.
Of
that's
correct.
Okay.
So tell me those numbers again.
So a 0.2% decrease is 126,000.
126,000.
0.25 is 158. 0.5, 315. So the overall tax in 2014 that we were expecting is 3.15 million. If you want to check my math.
No. I'll take your word for it.
Yes, I'm just speaking to telephone.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. But that would be kind of backfilled by the elimination of the big volume discount that we have for our commercial users.
That's correct.
Which would net us an extra 550,000.
That's right.
So again, I'm not going to include that now. I'm going to see if there's any interest of colleagues. I'm open to it if anybody wants to offer that as an amendment, but I'll leave it out right now.
Councilmember Berman,
please.
I wanted to point you to page 154 that has statistics from the League of California, Michael Coleman, on the graph on the bottom part. From June 2002 through June 2013, it tells you there what the results have been, modernizing with a reduction, modernizing with the same rate. You can see the numbers.
All in all, I like our odds, but they're better if we reduce it a little, is what you're telling me. Got it. So that's all I have to my motion.
Okay, Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, a couple of us were here way back when, including Councilmember Klein, and so I remember this very well. I wouldn't support lowering it because I think consistency is always a good thing in politics, and that predictability, and I would suggest we stay with that. As far as the large volume discounts, at the time, it was felt that those large companies might work against us in an election, and therefore, we were, I think, placating them. And I think things have changed a great deal in this length of time, and I don't think we need to do that. And I think the hospital has set the precedent. And once you get a precedent set, then I think if I were the hospital, I'd be unhappy when I read this that said we're going to continue to give the large volume discount. So given that that's out there already, I am fine with the motion as it's put forward. And I would very much encourage us to stay with the current rate, which is a round number, sort of. Thanks.
Councilmember Klein.
Vice Mayor Niss is absolutely correct in her recollection of what happened in the election 27 years ago. It wasn't any mistake, and I think the city attorney might want to retract that word. Gary used it. The discount for large volume users was not a mistake. It was a negotiation. It was one of those things, in order to get the thing passed, that's what we had to do at that time. And I agree that times have changed, and but I'm concerned that Palo Alto do things the right way. Mr. Borak in his memo quotes the infamous comment about Jesse Unruh that because we can do it, we should do it, basically. And I don't think that's the way my city should behave. So I think that we ought to, instead of passing this tonight, provide notice to these 9 users, because I think that they have no knowledge that this is coming at all. And I think it's only fair that we see what they have to say and approach them and tell them that the hospital has set the precedent. 27 years is a long time, and that given where the world is, that it's the time for them to pay the same thing as the same rate as everybody else does. And I would hope that they would say, yeah, we understand, and if they don't, then maybe we can pass it over their objections, but at least they have the opportunity to state their case. And I think that that's really the way we ought to perform. And I do need to say also that this is a flat rate tax. It has nothing to do with moving through tiers. Our users of those 3 utilities do move through tiers on the basis of their usage. This is, you get down to the final line and says you owe $1,000, and then there's another 5% added to that. So it doesn't offer, it's not intended, and I don't think does provide either much of an incentive any which way with regard to usage.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, first, I want to follow up on Councilmember Klein's discussion about having an adequate notification and process for the change on the exemption for the, or discount for the highest tiers, but you didn't offer an amendment or anything.
On you, I will offer an amendment then, thank you, that we defer action on the second half of the motion by Councilmember Berman until such time as staff has notified the 9, I guess it's really 8 users, isn't it? Since one is already agreed.
No, only on new development on Stanford Hospital.
Right, it's only for the new development, so it would be the 9.
Okay, the 9.
Good.
I don't hear a second for that. Did you?
I want to hear
well, it's an amendment. Are we going to set a timeline for? I mean, I think we should say, you know, they have X amount of time to get back to us, because I'd like, yeah, and I'd like to hear back from staff. Just remind me what our timing is in terms of when we have to make a decision to get something on the ballot in November.
The clerk can remind me of the exact date. I believe it's at a first meeting in August is the deadline to put something on the ballot. So given the council's vacation schedule, you really are looking at June to take this action. It does leave us adequate time to get a communication out to the current large 9 users and provide them a reasonable time to respond to that. And we could bring that back to the council
May
if that's the
15.
council's
That's
wish.
what I was saying, mid-May. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and I am too.
Okay, Councilmember Burt, are you?
So the other aspect to this that I wanted to have a little more discussion about is the question whether we should leave it at the current rate or reduce it. I see in the staff report on page 4 of the staff report, they talk about the revenue gain that would occur from eliminating the large user discount as about $550,000. And Joe had spoken about the different losses in revenue in theory, because we actually don't know how much this is really will be a net loss or not. We might have some additional gain that would offset some of the revenue that Joe had talked about. But if we had 0.5%, went all the way to 0.5% reduction in the rate, that was $315,000, which would still be $235,000 more in revenue than we currently get, while giving the ratepayers an actual reduction in rate. And so I think it's worth considering that more. I'm not decided tonight on what would be the best action. One of the problems is we haven't done any polling on this. We really don't know where the community stands on it. And I think this is another one of those areas where it would behoove us to give the community an opportunity to wade in more if they so choose. We may see that when this comes back to us in a month or so, that we still don't have much response from the community, and it's some indication that there's not much of an issue with the community about whether the rate should stay the same or not. But I would like to propose that that we request staff to come back well, let me get a clarification. So with this amendment that was just accepted, would the action be that we'd have another meeting prior to having staff draw up a ballot measure? So then I would offer a second amendment that at that meeting we continue until that meeting final determination of the rate for the balance of the ratepayers.
So I have no problem with that. I'm just trying to think. We'd have to. How are we going to get that information that we want, either feedback or lack of feedback from the public?
Well, what often happens is that once something like this gets out there, tonight's action elevates it in community dialogue, and if there is a concern about it, we'll hear about it, and we'll have more attendees at the next meeting, perhaps, and we'll hear from community members. Or we may not.
Yeah. No, I have no problem with this whatsoever. I mean, we're not in a rush to. We've got the time to make the decision, and hopefully.
So is that accepted?
So that's accepted by me. Yeah.
Is there a seconder?
It's fine, but when we come back, I presume we're going to get more discreet with this because I've said that I like the 5%.
Yeah, duly noted.
I'm glad to put it in for now with the understanding that I know where I am on it.
Madam Mayor, can I just interject for 1 second? When we talk about...
We can't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. When we talk about a potential discount, we are just talking about the telephone side, so that the rate of 5% would be maintained on the utilities. We are talking across the board. I think that's important to clarify.
Joe, may I ask you a follow-up question? Sure. When you cited those numbers, were those telephone only?
Telephone only. Yes.
Okay.
It's telephone only.
So then we'd want to understand. Well, I guess we'd look at both alternatives if we were going to be looking at it at that time, whether it's a discounting of the telephone only. And I would think there's not much reason to change the non-telephone rate.
We're not changing the analysis.
Yeah. So when it comes back, do we only want staff to return for consideration of review of the telephone rate?
And it would be, can I add one other point? I mean, if you're talking about let's just say a 0.5% discount across the board, we're talking about $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's important.
Well, it wouldn't need to be that rate. So, for instance, part of why I want to have this reconsidered is that we don't need to have a significant revenue gain out of this. So we as a council could look at various scenarios that would be closer to revenue neutral. And so just to answer you on that, Joe, it's not that we're necessarily fixating on reconsidering a specific rate reduction percentage. Okay.
What I would want to know is, staff cited us all these numbers of reductions that other cities have done. I'm assuming those were reductions in their telephone UUT and that they didn't make reductions to other elements. And
that is correct. And I think what we would just need from council tonight, with this direction, we will come back with some analysis in the staff report on rate reductions. Does the council only wish to see a quarter, 0.2, a quarter, and 0.5% on telephone? Or are you asking the finance staff to present information about across the board, all 4 utilities rate reduction?
Go to the city manager.
Just because it's 10 o'clock. I mean, I think we can come back pretty quickly with a bunch of these scenarios.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
and
a no-brainer.
Don't go above $550,000.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say.
I mean,
so if there's one that's above that, I'm not interested.
We could probably do the analysis faster than if you guys kept
think
debating this for a while, seriously. And just give us a direction on this one, we'll come back.
Yeah, I think you guys have enough info, I think.
And in that case, the way the motion's worded is open-ended to allow staff to have that discretion, I think.
That works for you? Yeah.
Okay, it is the 10 o'clock hour, and we've got 2 more people to speak here. Councilmember Holman?
Yes, a question, clarifying question about the amendment that was just incorporated. It does say notification at the same time as the notification for large rate payers with a final determination of the rate payers. And consistent with city attorney's questions, it is very open-ended and it says final determination. So don't we want to look at options? I mean, I'm fine with the 5% myself, but given that there's an amendment, how that's been accepted, doesn't it need to be like looking at options?
Well, my interpretation was that we will make a final determination at that time once we analyze the options that staff provides.
Right, but what we're asking here is for the staff to return to council. So we're asking the staff, the way I read this, we're asking the staff to make the final determination.
Okay, so staff to return with a number of options for determination by the council.
Okay, thank you. And then a question for city attorney, just to kind of float this out there. And again, I said I'm with Councilmember Nunes. I think 5% is fine. And is there any methodology by which any percentage of the increase could be tied to, say, HISRAP funding? Is there any mechanism for that?
So what you're suggesting is a special tax. So if there is you could do a hybrid. That's very unusual. Taxes are usually either a general tax or a special tax, but there's no reason in theory why you couldn't split the tax. But a special tax does require 2/3 approval. It can be done at any election. You're not restricted to the fall election, but it does require a 2/3 vote to be approved.
There is that. I forgot about that. Yes. Okay. Well, that's kind of a killer, isn't it? Well, you hear what my intention is.
Councilmember Schmid?
Just a clarification on the original motion, makers of the motion. It says elimination of the large volume discount paid by 9 commercial users. Now, if all of a sudden next year there's a 10th, we're not eliminating it for the 10th.
Yeah, so we can delete that last bit.
Yeah, it should be a period.
So erase everything after discount in the original motion?
Well, it should be volume discount on users on gas, electricity, and water. I think you do need those descriptors.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Is that
Okay, my comments are just that I think that things have changed since we went out for the utility users tax, that other cities now have it in place. I often see the telephone users tax connected directly to the fact that it supports 911 operations, those types of things. So this is very contemporary and not abnormal, and so I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to go out for this and clean up the telephone users tax. And I will be supporting eliminating the volume discount, but I am glad that we're going to go out and notify. With that, I'm going to call for the vote. That motion carries with Councilmember Scharf absent. And then we are a little past 10 o'clock. I want to do a check-in to make sure that we can take up both the items so that we can go ahead with the legislative action. So let's take up the item number, is it 9? Item number 10, which is the colleagues memo. And then we will continue on into the legislative action so that we can get our letter of support out to Rich Gordon. Yes. So this item on the colleagues memo, as I discussed already, we will be kicking this off with Councilmember Holman. We'll kick off the colleagues memo. Then the city staff wants to do some background information on it. And then I'd like to go out to colleagues who are not part of the memo to get their questions out for the memo holders or for staff, and then bring it back for action. So, Karen, are you ready to go?
Matt,
yes.
are you going to let me do a little prelude before?
Before Councilmember Holman?
Is that okay?
That's fine.
I was just going to expand some of the timeline and everything from,
okay.
From the report that you have. I think it would be helpful, particularly since there's always a lot of things that are swirling in the community on this issue.
I also have a number of speakers on this as well, okay. So we'll be going out to speakers after Councilmember Holman kicks it off.
So this is really just more background on this issue. That doesn't speak to any recommendations or anything related to the item. But I did, and I'll give the council a copy of this when I am finished. This is a summary and a timeline that we put together related to the 7.7 acres near Foothill Park. And in 2011 to 2012, city staff was approached by John Arriaga with an unsolicited proposal regarding his interest in acquiring long-term access and use of the 7.7 acre site that was gifted to the city, quote, for conservation, including park and recreation purposes, unquote, by the neighboring Lee family in 1981. The Lee family reserved an estate on the property until 1996. In 1983, Mr. Arriaga, through the First American Guarantee Company, bought the Lee Quarry, which also included the reserved estate, essentially granting him an ownership interest in the parcel until the reserved estate expired in 1996. And subsequently, Mr. Arriaga had a series of leases on the 7.7 acre parcel with holdover periods on the property from 1996 to actually approximately 2005. In January 2012, the city received a letter from Mr. Arriaga expressing interest in leasing the property for 25 years. When Mr. Arriaga approached the city in 2012, most, if not all, of the staff who had handled these matters from the earlier days had left the city. His expressed interest was to secure long-term access to the property going forward. Staff intermittently discussed potential options and requirements for lease with Mr. Arriaga during the spring, and also those related to a purchase which Mr. Arriaga had by then suggested. To prepare for any possible discussion needed with council, an appraisal was completed for the property in May 2012. The appraisal came in at $175,000. The city informed Mr. Arriaga there was no way the city would entertain consideration of selling the property at that appraised price, and that additional offsetting parkland may need to be a factor in addition to a higher sale price as part of any consideration for the city's sale of its interest in the 7.7 acres. The city later received a proposal for the funding and construction of playing fields at the Baylands. On June 4th, 2012, a closed session was held with council on the 7.7 acre parcel titled Under Negotiation Price and Terms of Payment. And a second closed session similarly titled was held on September 18th, 2012. To better familiarize themselves with the parcels, many council members toured the property. The city made it clear that a policy session would need to be scheduled for public discussion by council of options and issues as part of any decision to go forward. The city also informed Mr. Arriaga that any sale of public land could involve the Surplus Property Act and would be subject to our local bidding requirement requiring competition and would be subject to the 1981 deed restriction to be used for conservation, including parks and recreation purposes, unquote. Any long-term lease requires either a competitive process or for a single designated potential leasee, a public hearing must be held prior to a council public decision. Following that closed session, conversations with Mr. Arriaga ended, his proposal essentially withdrawn. There have been no conversations between the city and Mr. Arriaga regarding the 7.7 acres since then. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. Well, it's interesting and timely that, appropriate timing, that we entertain dedicating this parkland on the same evening that we had our study session previously this evening with our Parks and Rec Commission about a park trails, open space, and recreation master plan. And as the consultant said during that meeting, that every square foot of parkland is so valuable in this built-out community. So that said, when you have 7.7 acres that the city owns, and when it was acquired by the city for the purposes of conservation and recreation, it's really appropriate to do this at this time. And maybe many years ago, but we have the opportunity tonight. I think maybe many of my colleagues didn't realize even that this land existed or that it was city-owned, so it was quite a revelation to learn of this, and a happy revelation. So I won't repeat what it says in the colleagues' memo about this being an extension of Trampos Valley, Los Trampos Valley, and it runs along Buckeye Creek. I mean, those are all like great amenities to this site. I've toured it a couple of times, and most recently with the Parks and Rec Commission at their recent retreat that was held at Foothills Park. So it is with pleasure that I put this colleagues' memo forward with my colleagues Burt and Schmidt, and wondered if the mayor might offer to the colleagues who are also signed on to this to be able to make comments prior to the public speaking. The reason I ask is because what I had understood was that I would introduce it, then we go to the public, then you come back to members of the council who had not participated in this. So I'm wondering when my colleagues who signed on to the colleagues memo would get to speak.
Well, yeah, and I was just trying to get this out there so that we could hear from members of the community. I'm happy to go out to your colleagues. I was hoping that we could get some Q&A also, so that I'm sure your colleagues will be chiming in when we get to our questions and answers. So, Councilmember Burt, do you want to speak now, or do you want to do this after?
Time's fine. Just
yeah.
The way you had worded it before would have excluded that.
Right. So, so I'd like to go out to the public right now, and we have a few public speakers, and you'll have 3 minutes on this item. Our first speaker will be Enid Pearson, to be followed by Jeff Paulson.
My name is Enid Pearson, and thank you very much. I certainly support the dedication of the 7.7 acres. And, I can remember when Russell Lee offered the city a lot more land than the 7.7 acres, and including the quarry. And the council, in their wisdom, decided that they really didn't want the quarry, and immediately it was sold to to Arriaga. And then some of the land, we just kind of just didn't want to be bothered with it. And Russell V. Lee wrote this letter to the city, and he was totally frustrated because he couldn't figure out why the city wouldn't take him up on this wonderful offer where he was giving us this land at this really discounted price. Anyway, I listened to the parks thing this evening, and I was really disappointed. I didn't hear very much about dedicated parkland. And I think that you're going to have a plan on the parks, and then and incidentally, I was delighted to hear that we had a plan in 1965, imagine. And so now you're going to have a plan on the parks, and you're going to have a study of the comprehensive plan and updating of it. So I'm suggesting that at the same time you have some sessions for both everybody from the city council, city manager, and the land people of Palo Alto, and talk about what the park dedication ordinance meant and why we had to have it, and how interesting it is that right now we have parkland that I think is quite vulnerable. Here's 7.7 acres that could have slipped right out of our hands and instead to become part of somebody's estate up in the hills when it belongs to the people. So there are other parcels of park in Palo Alto that are quite vulnerable. For instance, El Camino Park, it's part of a reservoir, and it's been years since we could use it. Rinconada Park, the school district eased its way onto it, and because the city manager at that time said, "Oh, go ahead," and we've lost 10 acres in the Baylands because of various things which I won't go into, but the land around here is really vulnerable, and I think the dedication of parks should be really looked at it again and find out what it was really meant to be. So I fully support the dedication of the 7.7 acres, and I hope you do it expeditiously.
Thank you. And could speakers come forward and be prepared? We do have a number of you. Jeff Paulson, to be followed by Emily Renzel.
Good evening, council members. I'm Jeff Paulson, and I'm just so appreciative of council members Holman, Burt, and Schmidt in bringing this forward. I am a grandson of Dr. Russell Lee, a member of the Lee family. I'm intimately familiar with that property, having boarded my pony there when I was a kid. So I've followed the issue of the 7.7 acres. And I want to stress that I am appreciative of the relationship that the Lee family has had with the city, the years and decades of trust and cooperation, and I would hope that would continue along with this generous gift. Second, the issue of emergency access came up, and I just wanted to tell a quick story. When I was a park ranger at Foothills Park, I personally drove a fire engine through this parcel to put out a brush fire that was burning toward my uncle's home. So it is a valuable emergency access route. But third, and this I want to couch my comments by saying that although I'm a vice chair of the Cupertino Parks and Recreation Commission, I'm speaking on my own behalf, in my own opinion. And this is a gem of a parcel. This provides you with an opportunity to create a creekside stroll down a valley that would be a magnificent opportunity for decades and centuries to come. It's a flat area, so it's amenable to access by the elderly, the disabled. You pass through a variety of habitats. And furthermore, it allows connection with a growing network of foothills trails. With the Post property, the Post recently acquiring the Woods property across the road, this creates wonderful opportunities for foothills trail connectivity that's especially valuable in light of the disappointing outcome of the Stanford Trail issue. So I would encourage you to dedicate this as soon as possible as a park. I would be glad to provide historical materials. I have old photographs, movies, etc. regarding this property, and look forward to a wonderful expansion of this, this urban and suburban gem. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Renzel, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach.
Thank you. I don't think I could be more eloquent than Jeff Paulson about this parcel. And I've been flagellating myself because I was on the council and I thought, why didn't we dedicate that? And now I realize that it was in a reserve until I was off the council. So I'm not responsible for that error. But I'm very pleased that this has been brought forward, and I think that you did hear earlier the importance of planning for our parks and this master planning, and this offers up some interesting possibilities for possibly rearranging some of the uses at that end of the park to consolidate the natural areas. And I think it's a really wonderful thing, and I hope you'll all support it.
Thank you, Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by John Linden.
In the mid-1970s, I was living on Upper Page Mill Road, a couple miles from Skyline Boulevard, at Struggle Mountain Commune, which I still have a financial interest in. It still survives. And I lived on the edge of Adobe Creek, which was steep down from us. And then up was what the locals called the Deer Meadow. And the Deer Meadow is truly wild land. It is as wild as land. To think it's part of Palo Alto is unbelievable. One time with my son, we were having our oatmeal in the morning, and we watched a mountain lion take a deer down in the Deer Meadow. That was quite the way to start the day. Two of my nutty neighbors decided that what they wanted to do, they got dirt cheap. They bought 2 parcels, 10-acre parcels in the Deer Meadow, and they wanted to build housing there. And this was crazy. There's no roads. There's a dirt road, Black Mountain Road, Montebello Road down from Black Mountain, just incredibly wild. And I started to organize to stop it. And it took endless amounts of my time. All of the neighbors got involved, petitions, everybody's upset. Committee for Green Foothills, Palo Alto Civic League, everybody's involved. Jean McCowan was a brand new attorney, and she had associated herself with Committee for Green Foothills, and so they said, you go talk to Jean. Tell her this sad story. And so Jean did her thing, and she discovered a 20-acre parcel of undedicated land that was given to the city of Palo Alto by a couple, I can't remember their name now, as a gift for parkland or open space. Never been dedicated. The city, that was presented to the city attorney said, no way, we cannot, this is right adjacent to this whole thing. The road would have to go through it, and it stopped the whole thing dead in its tracks after endless amounts of energy. Stopped it, and right after that it was dedicated. The 20 acres was dedicated. MROSD came in, bought the Deer Meadow because there was no use it had for these 2 nutty neighbors anymore, and so it was resolved. So I got to see up close and personal what it is to have people give a gift with an intention, parkland, open space, that kind of thing, and then everybody forgetting about it because time passed and going through this whole experience. This is precious. Once it's gone, it's gone, and you have a chance to get it dedicated. Following through with the intention of what this gift was. This gift wasn't given for playing fields at the golf course. This was given for open space parkland.
Thank you.
We should do it. Thanks.
John Linden, to be followed by Herb Borak.
Looking for the mouse for the... So, not a real park ranger, but I was for the city parks years ago and became a fan of turning kids on to the open spaces. If it's going to be preserved in 50 years, you've got to get them before the age of 10 and thanks. Ex-park ranger, not a real ranger like the one in the back, but for city parks. And became a fan of turning kids on to open spaces, get them by the time they're 10, and they'll be environmentalists and preserve it long after we're not here to preserve it. So in the case of Foothills Park, there's something, I'm a hiker, that I've been interested in for years, and there might be an opportunity to do it now. It's virtually impossible to build new trails anymore because of it's just a lot of paperwork, whatever. But there's one that's always interested me in Foothill Parks and sort of ties into the, where's my mouse? The 7 acres is going to be about right here. From the visitor center, probably the nicest interpretive hike is up around here, but now you come back through steep Hollow. If there was a little connector here, you could tie in over to the south side of Los Trancos, and you have a very nice 2-mile loop with no more than 300 feet elevation gain. This would really be a nice trail for anybody that's not an avid hiker, and very easily done. And we'll go to the next picture. Here's the diorama in the visitor center. Again, it's almost level there, not more than 100 feet of elevation change. I'm sure it would take probably one bridge here, and depending on how you did the route, there might be a second one here. I believe foot bridges are about $10,000 a piece now. I've talked to some folks like at Post, Mid-Peninsula Open Space, and because this is city property, things are a bit complicated. But paying for at least the one bridge, it shouldn't be much of an issue. I'd be glad to help pay a substantial chunk of it. And the final picture is basically what it would allow you to do. Here's the visitor centers over here. So if you're on your interpretive hike and you'd pass through almost all your vegetative zones here, you come down, this is Steep Hollow Valley, and right now this point doesn't connect to this point. It's about 0.2 of a mile, relatively level. Like I say, one bridge here, and depending on your route, you may need one more. And then you could have a very nice 2-mile loop, 300 feet elevation gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Herb Borak, to be followed by Doria Suma.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I support the proposal to dedicate the 7.7 acres as parkland. It's long overdue. As former Vice Mayor Enid Pearson mentioned, Russell Lee had offered other property to the city that we could have also dedicated as parkland. In addition to the quarry property, the Hewlett subdivision was what became the Hewlett subdivision. That was another 129 acres. Could have also become parkland. Whatever, after having a lawsuit settlement to purchase the Arrastra property that became the Arrastradero Preserve, the city councils felt that they shouldn't be spending any more money and instead allowed both development on the quarry property and the Hewlett property, and in the case of the Mullen property, made a deal that ended up taking 41 acres that the city had adjacent to the Arrastradero Preserve and combining it with a private 50 acres, ending up with 9 lots in a clustered subdivision that were effectively violating the open space district regulations because they were on the high points of that subdivision. You know, the properties at the end of Alexis Drive and the end of Laurel Glen Drive are not where you would normally put properties in the OS zone because of how visible they are. But because of those city council decisions of giving up the rights that it had for that high ground at the end of Laurel Glen Drive, we got those properties. So I think we should take advantage of the dedication when we have it before us, and since we already own the property, and then go ahead in the next step of the usage and the kinds of connections that property can have. We certainly have the time to do that, but the first thing to do is to dedicate it as parkland. Thank you.
And Doria Suma.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Doria Suma. Very briefly, I support the colleagues' memo fully, and I urge you to dedicate the 7.7 acres as parkland as soon as possible. It's long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman, do you have anything more you wanted to add to kick this off?
I don't, except I'm tempted to go ahead and make the motion. Okay, so I'm going to move that city staff return to council with park dedication ordinance for the city-owned land adjacent to the Foothills Park, that being the 7.7 acre parcel. 2, outline the major options for the best uses of the land. 3, present these to the Parks and Recreation Commission, alternatives for public uses along with natural landscape restoration for their review and for public input. 4, establish a timeline for permanently opening the land to the public. And I'm going to add a 5th one and see if my colleagues will agree to that. I'm a bit embarrassed that I didn't do this myself. Is that staff draft a letter of appreciation acknowledging the contributions of the Russell Lee family to Palo Alto's parks.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Holman, seconded by Councilmember Schmid. Do you want to speak any further to your motion?
I believe not, other than to say I appreciate Jeff Paulson coming this evening. I presume Phil and Huey are your uncles?
Yes.
Okay. And I had intended to contact them, and just time got away from me, but I think a letter of appreciation is more than overdue in this regard.
Councilmember Schmid, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I appreciate the comments from the public, especially the historical background of some of this. I have a different history. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 40 years. I think I go to Foothills Park 30 times a year. I've been on every trail, walked up Alpine Road to the top of the hill. But until that offer to purchase the property came to the council, I had no idea that there was a 7.7 acre parcel deed dedicated to conservation, parks, and rec that the city had. Herb Borak was very helpful the night of that meeting. He presented maps and some details of the land. The next day, I went up to Foothill. I said, gee, I want to see this. Did it actually exist? Walked past the visitor center to the end of the road, and there's a 9-foot chain link fence with 2 signs in it saying no trespassing and beware of dog. And I said, this isn't right. I was able to get into the property a little time later and found a beautiful extension of Los Trampos Valley that extends for another 0.2 of a mile along Buckeye Creek. Wooded hills on both sides. You can't see anything except the hills. You look backward and you see the valley and the hills behind it. It's like the uncovering of a gem. I guess in a city where we've added 8,000 people over the last decade, to have the opportunity to add a gem of a park to that city is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think the best thing about this colleague's memo is it puts the discussion in the public, and you'll probably have people from the public saying, let me take a look at that. And I don't think there's any doubt that the people will support park dedication and opening of that parcel as soon as possible. And also the letter of thanks to the bearers of the gift.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein.
Well, I certainly support the dedication, the parkland dedication. This property now becomes the most protected property that we can possibly have because it was really protected before. The deed restriction applies forever until some court says no. The deed restriction to limiting the use to conservation parks and so forth really counts. That's a permanent restriction on the property, and it would have applied to whoever the owner was, whether it was the city of Palo Alto, John Arriaga, or John Doe. So this just adds another protection, and that protection basically is that we can't use it for any other purpose except with the vote of the people. And even if the people said somewhere down the line that they didn't want this to be a park use anymore, the deed restriction would still apply. So that's why I say this is the most protected piece of property that we're ever going to see. My only problem with the motion is that it seems to me to be inconsistent with the first item we had on our agenda tonight. We're going to be doing this very elaborate parks and open space study, and I think before we move to present alternatives for public uses along with natural landscape restoration, etc., that we need to go about this, I think, a little bit more deliberately. We ought to include this in our study that we have ongoing that we discussed on item number 1 tonight. And so I will therefore move that we delete items 3 and 4 and add a little bit of language to number 2 to say the outline of the staff to outline the major options for the best uses of this land and estimated costs of such uses.
Well, are you interested in incorporating that? Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to delete items number 3 and 4 made by Councilmember Klein. Would you like to speak any further to this?
No, I just think that this is a more deliberate way. This may be, I have no idea what the costs are, but to turn this into the same type of land that we're used to in Foothills Park. But so I think we really need to move more deliberately to see what our needs are. I'm also concerned that there may not be a lot of demand from the public for this. We know, for example, when we look at the data, that the usage of Foothills Park, unfortunately, has been declining over a long period of time. And so are we justified in spending a fair amount of money on substantially improving this property as compared to other things, given those factors? I think that it really needs a lot more careful study before we start spending money on this.
Okay, Vice Mayor Ness.
I'm glad Councilmember Klein brought this up because I was there today. And there were 3 things that I noticed that were very evident. And Councilmember Schmidt, you described this in glowing terms. However, in order to access this piece of property right now, you go by a maintenance yard, which is in the dirt. You then go through a fence where Actera has a lease for the next 2 years, they told me, at least to operate there. And then you go beyond that where it's absolutely barren at this point. It will take some amount of time to eliminate what looks to me like has to be that other 2/10 of a mile. If it's 2/10 from Buckeye Creek down to the end, I would say it's also probably even close to a half a mile back to the interpretive center. Once again, it was a surprise to me, and I had never been out there before, so that was very interesting. But I think that if we take time to present to the commission alternatives for this and not incorporate it into, and I hadn't thought about that before, Councilmember Klein, but not incorporate it into our long-term plan that I know the Parks and Rec is very involved in, that would seem to be really putting that cart before that horse. And I would really like to see that incorporated. And I would think the timeline then would also be incorporated into the long-term plan that Parks and Rec is coming up with, and which is fairly costly. It looks to me, I'm looking down at you, Jim, or Lalo, I guess the maintenance, there's a big parking lot, and then there's the maintenance yard, and I'm going to presume both of those would have to be moved, am I correct? I don't think you could extend the meadow unless you do that. You can see it if you bring up the picture once again and just take off this for a moment. But if you take a look at it, if you can blow it up a little more, you can see on this. I obviously can't point to it, but you can tell. You can see the emergency evacuation route, and that red line runs right through that now. Sadly, at the other end of it, you really can't see where you first run into. Then you run into Actera, then you run into the maintenance yard, and then you run into a very substantial parking lot. So for those reasons, I feel that I certainly support 1 and 2, but and if this doesn't pass, I hope we'll at least rethink how we go about evaluating it in terms of our long-term plan.
Okay, Councilmember Burt.
Well, as the amendment is written, it basically does not give any guidance to moving this forward. It guts the original motion because item number 3, recommendation number 3, merely says to present to the Parks and Rec Commission alternatives for public uses, along with natural landscape restoration for their review and for public input. Doesn't prescribe an action, an outcome. On number 2, it talks about outlining the major options for the best uses of the land. I would presume that when staff looks at options and then the options are considered, that there would be costs associated. I wouldn't have any problem at all with an inclusion of costs being part of number 2, but removing numbers 3 and then 4, which is establishing a timeline. We aren't establishing a timeline here. We're simply asking that a timeline would be established, and that would go through the Parks and Rec Commission and return to the council. So I won't be supporting the amendment. It is really pushes this back off the table to some indefinite action at some point in the future, rather than really moving it forward to finally bringing in as part of Foothills Park. And I'll just add that it today is not in restored state, and that's part of why we really talked about what that would mean. But it is along a very valuable riparian corridor, and we have a huge amount of irrigated turf fields upstream of this parcel. But this is a real opportunity to restore a rich natural habitat along a stream-side corridor, and I think we should move forward, and I think that we'll have partners available like Acterra who would embrace the opportunity to participate in the restoration of this natural area.
Councilmember Berman. I'm sorry, Councilmember Price.
Thank you. I will be supporting this amendment for the reasons stated by Vice Mayor Niss and Councilmember Klein. I feel it would be more consistent, more in the spirit and the intention of the discussion we had earlier about the master plan that's being conducted, and it does not in any way diminish the importance of this, and I very much appreciate the original colleagues' memo that came forward. I do think this is overdue, and those are my comments.
Councilmember Berman.
I was hoping for more time to ponder. So let me ask staff some questions. Under the original motion, presenting to the Parks and Rec Commission alternatives for public uses along with natural landscape restoration, etc. I mean, is the idea to do that as part of their kind of parks master plan process, or would this be a separate process unto itself?
Good evening, Darren Anderson, Open Space, Parks and Golf. We look to the council for that direction. We will be coming to the Park and Rec Commission with updates and check-ins for the master plan itself. Depending on your direction, we could come in advance with this as a standalone or tie it in with the overall master plan.
So you're looking for us to offer a little guidance as to which process we think is best?
Yes.
So I'll ask the maker and the seconder. I mean, do you guys have a problem with it being part of the, to me it seems like the original motion could stand, but add into it somewhere that it would be part of the master plan that Parks and Rec is doing and wouldn't really disrupt your objectives. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, I can tell you the reason that I didn't accept it as an amendment to the main motion is primarily elimination of number 4. I have another little issue too, but primarily the elimination of number 4, because the amendment, by gutting 3 and 4 out of there, don't set a timeline for this land becoming public. Mm-hmm. And it's been out of public access for all of these years. Mm-hmm. It's been fenced off, as Councilmember Schmidt indicated. So I want to see a timeline for when this can be open to the public. Now, it's going to the Parks and Rec Commission, and they can determine, how best this fits in with the master planning. Maybe this can precede it because of its location, maybe not. But I'm looking to the Parks and Recreation Commission to give some guidance on how this gets integrated with the master planning. But I want to see a timeline for when this is going to be open to the public.
Okay. So staff is looking for us for direction, and now we're saying that we'll leave it up to Parks and Rec to decide.
Well, I think the Parks and Rec Commission is the lead body in that master planning. And I can't sit here right now and say that this should or shouldn't be, because they've done a lot of work in this already, whether this should or shouldn't be part of the master planning, or if this can go on its own given its location, and it is adjacent to Foothills Park, so it might be able to travel on its own.
Okay. Let me different questions. We got an email today from the head of Actera in support of the idea, but worried about what this might mean to their nursery that they have there. Can staff give a little, do we have any idea as to what's going to happen on that front?
Good evening, Darren Anderson again. It would depend on the outcome of that master planning process. I don't see why it's about a ½ acre that Actera uses for their nursery area, and I don't see how that would be inconsistent with conservation, park and recreation uses with the other 7.2 acres. So I think it's entirely possible. It would depend on the nature of what the master plan, the commission, and the council decide for the use of that area.
But you guys, I'm encouraged to hear that you don't see any reason. I haven't dove into the details either, so I'm not going to make judgment. But it's good to know that that's a possibility, is that they could continue, with the work that they're doing in conjunction with the idea we have before us.
I believe so. It's been a successful relationship, and we're looking forward to continue it.
Great.
We've got a firehouse up in the park right now.
What's that?
We have a firehouse up in the park right now, so I think an Actera shed, can be accommodated as well.
Gotcha.
Are you making a motion?
No, not at all. I'm trying to decide how I'm going to vote on the amendment. Oh, really? I'm not making any motions. Not at all. This is sticky enough as is. So I'm going to support the original motion. I'm going to encourage Parks and Rec, as one of 9, to feel free that if they think it's best for this to be part of the master plan that we just kicked off 4 hours ago, then you should do that. As Councilmember Holman said, you guys are the experts, best. I don't think that you should feel undue pressure look at things in context. We're constantly talking about looking things in context. So I want to encourage you guys to do that with this piece as well. But I'm comfortable that you can do that under the original motion, and there's enough of you here that you're at least hearing what one of us is saying. So I'm okay with the original motion with hesitation.
Well, I am okay with the original motion as well with hesitation, but I need to ask some questions because I was up there today as well. The Vice Mayor and I went up there to take a look at it, and I think the dog warning sign is still there. I got to talk to the landscaper for the Arriaga project. He's the one who's put in about 40,000 trees up there for him. And he lives in the home, the little yellow house that's right next to the big barn that's hidden behind some redwood trees would that have been the Lee's house before it got turned over to the city then? I don't mind having you tell us, yes, sir.
I think that was one of the homes that was moved from Homer Avenue to make room for the clinic parking lot.
Oh, okay.
It was actually the gardener's house.
There's a whole lot of stories here. But anyway, it's clearly a house that is not, that has not emerged in the last 10 years or so. I also got a clear understanding. I mean, every time, I've never seen the Arriaga project, but every time I look down here at the Google Earth and I see what he's attempting to do, which is to take an old quarry and to make it habitable. He's got a lake, a couple lakes. This also appears to be part of the staging ground of all of the earth-moving equipments that were in and out of this area throughout the decades of historic use. And so it does have a sense of a harsh feeling to it. It's like compacted gravel on top of gravel. And so this is why I am concerned about the original motion not having this clause in it that says, and estimated costs for such uses. I'd like to understand how we can keep Actera there. The way I understand Actera when we chatted with them a little bit today was that they would love to take over, the whole, this 7 acres, that they really would like to do a lot more than what they're doing. So I think that there's a lot of moving pieces here that are not really captured for me in the original motion, which would mean I would want to see it come back in more of a 2-step process so that we can evaluate how we can get to the outline of bringing it to Parks and Rec. So if we could incorporate this little clause into item 2 above, and keeping number 3 and number 4 doesn't bother me that much because I think that will come in time. But the biggest obstacle for me is the estimated costs. Now, another piece of information that I got today was that Buckeye Creek is filled with sediment, and I learned that there's a lot of earth movement that has happened in that park, just from the city building the lake itself, all the way down, relocating Buckeye Creek to get our meadow, because it used to flow in the meadow. And with that comes a lot of sediment. So this fellow who lives there is out with his backhoe digging up underneath the bridge to make sure that the bridge stays cleared out. Then the water goes down into a culvert, which then goes underneath a number of properties and pops up into a slough, which is owned by a couple of properties down the way. I think that for me, there was just a lot going on here that doesn't necessarily meet the eye of what we're looking at and considering tonight. And so I need to have that element in here. So I'm going to be supporting the amendment in order to get that captured. And if the amendment fails, I will be asking if we can incorporate that into the original motion. I see 2 more lights. Are we not? Okay. Councilmember Schmidt, I see your light. Did you want to speak to anything before we vote on the amendment?
To the amendment, I will vote against the amendment. I think there are a lot of issues that need to be resolved, and we need to plan and explore those issues. What the amendment would do would be to say, let's not do anything for 2 years. So we'll end up with a chain link fence and a beware of dog sign instead of beginning to think through where we're going.
I have to say, I think the dog sign can come down. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment, which is Councilmember Klein moved, seconded by Vice Mayor Ness, to delete item number 3 and 4 in the motion and add to the end of item number 2 and estimated costs for such use. And the motion fails because we have a tie vote. We need to have 5 in order, we have to have a majority. So it reverts back to the original motion. Councilmember Berman.
So I'd like to offer an amendment to add an estimate. I think it's kind of implied, and it would probably happen anyway, but add and estimated costs of such uses into item number 2.
Yes, I am. I think it is implied, as you say. I don't really have a problem with adding that because before we would expend the money, we'd have to know what we were spending anyway. So I think that's okay.
So the maker has agreed, and the seconder?
The only thing,
hang on.
The only thing is, I just want to clarify, if what your intention is that outlining the major options for the best use of the land, and what is the language you've got here? Add estimated costs. Okay. That right now is put in place before, unless you don't mean this to be in order, but presenting the Parks and Rec Commission, our alternatives for public uses is after that. So I guess for me, it would be a number 6, which would be where you'd identify the costs for the options.
Well,
the request is to put it as number 2 now. So are you not accepting that?
Well, I'm asking Councilmember Berman if you'd be fine with a number 6 that would be identifying costs. My concern with having it attached to number 2 is causing this to stall, and where you really identify the costs or after you've been to Parks and Rec Commission.
I would disagree. I think you need to identify the costs before Parks and Rec can analyze the options. I think the costs are a pretty important element of that analysis. And so, and like you said, I think it's inherent, but I was suggesting adding it because numerous colleagues have mentioned a desire to see that clarity in there, and I think it provides a little comfort to some of us on something that seemed pretty straightforward to me.
If it was a number 6, I would accept it, but I'm concerned about trying to identify numbers before the Parks and Rec Commission is weighed in.
Okay, so we're going to need to have a second on that. Councilmember Klein has seconded that. Councilmember Berman.
Me, this guy.
Would you like to speak any further?
No, I've said my piece.
Councilmember Klein, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, I think as responsible stewards of our city, it doesn't make any sense to start down one path or another without knowing what the associated costs are. So it seems to me that you want to know whether something is going to cost $1 million or it's going to cost $5,000 right off the start, not later on.
Okay, Vice Mayor Niss.
I think the matter of dedication is absolutely, without question. I think what it will cost to open it, though, should be considered. So I hope that we will pass this part because, once again, in order for us to go forward and do the best for this piece of land, where there will be a lot of movement with, as I mentioned, the maintenance yard, there's the parking area, and Actera has some permanent structures there as well.
Okay, I see no more lights, so let's go ahead and vote on the amendment, which would be to add this small quote into, let's see, and estimated costs of such uses to item number 2. And the motion carries with Councilmember Holman voting no and Councilmember Scharf absent. And then we're going back to the main motion. I have a question. Right now, we are getting a lot of free service to keep that creek cleared out. Is it the motion as it stands now, are we going to be able to collaborate with our neighbor there who's been doing this work, or does this mean then that we will be standalone and we'll have to send our guys up there during a strong rain to make sure that this creek stays moving?
It would depend on the nature of the use. I'm imagining for security purposes, if we had opened it up to the public, that they would want to secure their property with fences to keep people out, which would probably serve as a disincentive for him to come in and do the traditional clear outs he's done that's benefited both the city and himself.
And he's got his backhoe up there, so we'd have to have more equipment up there, I guess, in our yard?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm thinking if he does fence it, and just, I did learn that there's historical fencing around it just because it was a quarry. So there's a lot of disruption there that's happened throughout the decades. So how could, so I guess So I guess what we're doing now is we're going to be walking away from that once we dedicate. Is that how this reads? There's no way we can make this more opportune to allow for having some friendly neighborhood attention.
I think it would need to be a conversation, to be honest.
And is it incorporated in the motion for us to have that conversation, or should we add that in?
Well, I'm not sure. So far, the motion, as I understand it, is that we'd bring options to the commission. Is that correct? And then the council to the commission? Sorry, commission to the council?
Council for a dedicated
Yeah, once we dedicate it, that doesn't really change the conditions at all, but once we go to take the action to actually open it up, then we also have to have a plan for actually taking care of this spot, because we will probably lose that. So dedicating will probably not have this experience because it's already deed restricted. It just adds a new layer of, having the right of the people to vote whether or not we ever were to sell it to somebody else. So
The way I understand the main motion is that the council would be directing the staff to, work through the commission process on options. And I didn't hear anything that really necessarily prescribed or limited what the options would be for consideration. So if there's opportunity to leverage other resources, I would think that would be a logical thing.
So we don't need to include anything in here. That would come out of the process. Okay, those were the rest of my questions, and let's go ahead and vote on the motion. And
The whole motion.
The whole motion. And that passes with Councilmember Scharf absent. And I didn't get to thank my colleagues for bringing this forward, so thank you for this. Obviously an oversight on many other councils, but I'm glad we were able to clean it up. Okay, our final item tonight is legislation. And we have one legislative piece that we have been asked to support. It's Rich Gordon's bill, and the city manager is going to be taking the lead on this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I think we can do this pretty quickly. If you read it, I think it's self-evident, and actually I think probably we could have gone ahead and proceeded with this under the existing council policy guidelines, protecting, not having mandates put on the city or whatever without having funding. But I think what we're seeing here is a pattern of kind of mission creep from different regulatory agencies who are not necessarily have to deal with the realities of what it takes to implement, what can seem like good policies on the surface, but in this particular case, for example, potentially requiring local governments or special districts or whatever to actually pre-fund the lifetime care and maintenance for a particular mitigation, which would require such a significant amount of cash to be able to set up an endowment to generate the interest that actually could do more harm in the long run about environmental protection. I think that Assemblyman Gordon's bill puts in some qualifications to ensure that there's some standards and requirements that local governments might meet. And I think that, even not in this particular instance, but even some of the comments we're getting in our own review on the Creek JPA issue from the agencies related to kind of asking local governments to go above and beyond the call of duty or responsibility on some of these areas. This is an important bit of legislation to both support environmental initiatives, but also have them be practicable and actually not undermine investment of funding in other environmental initiatives because they're misdirected or they're overly directed in one particular area. So we would recommend that the mayor be authorized to send the support letter that is attached here supporting AB 1799 to Assemblyman Gordon and the appropriate committee members.
All right, and we have one speaker from the public, and that's Stephanie Munoz. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you for your patience, council members. I don't really know exactly. They say the devil is in the details. Of course, I approve of if Palo Alto is able to get out from under what seems to me simply bullying by the state and an evasion of the efforts that were made in years past to prevent the state from forcing on others, on cities, what would require money that without having the state take the responsibility for providing that money. I think that's really a very good principle. But from where I sit, which is in pretty deep, abysmal ignorance of exactly what the details of that have gone into this, I would like to caution the council against simply getting its own way without recognizing that there is a good reason for these demands of the state. Every city in the whole world, when it goes to industrializing, has to provide some kind of space for the workers to live in. They have to live someplace. Palo Alto, when it changed from a simple college town in the way that Councilmember Klein described so poetically at his Meng's historical meeting, Palo Alto put in all that industry with the notion that some other place could take care of the housing for those workers, and that has been a disaster. Every other town, first of all, became a doormat from the workers that had to. I happened to live in South Los Altos at the time, 50 years ago, and you couldn't get out of your driveway on certain streets. So I would like to that Palo Alto understand that there is a good reason.
That's your 3 minutes. I'm so sorry, but the buzzer didn't go off, but I hope you will understand you did your 3 minutes.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course. It was just surprising. I saw this yellow light, and I thought, oh, yes, but better finish up. Right. Anyway, do recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Herb Borak to speak on the same item. And this is a bill that Rich Gordon has is sponsoring. So if you could speak to that, thank you.
I'd like to speak to the bill that Assemblyman Gordon is sponsoring. However, the staff report doesn't have a copy of the bill attached, and I haven't seen one at places, at least the public's version of what's at places. And I don't think you should take action when you're not presented with the bill you're being asked to support. It's as simple as that. That when you're asked to take action on legislation, you should have a copy of the legislation before you. This is just the start of the process on this bill. There'll be other opportunities during the legislative process when you can make a considered judgment as to what position you should take after you have read the bill. But you don't have it. And if you do, it certainly hasn't been presented in any of the public information. It wasn't in the public packet. It wasn't at the places, copies of what you receive at places. My specific concern is that in the absence of the actual bill language, the summary presents language that's too broad for me, since it might include things that may not use the specific word mitigation, but that may be covered by this bill, such as, for example, the money for closure and post-closure of the landfill. It's hard enough, as you know, to go ahead and do that closure and post-closure on the timeline we were supposed to do it, even when we had all the money available. but to essentially say that one should do mitigation simply with a promise that we're going to do it without setting aside the money, I don't think it's a good idea. Now, it may be that the bill is so narrowly drawn that it deals specifically with this one item that the other agencies concerned about. But you also have to understand is what they're asking for is a retroactive bill. They're asking, to apply to something, after the fact. So for both of those reasons, I believe you should not take action at this time. That doesn't mean you can't take action on the bill at some further time in the process, but certainly only after you actually see the bill and the public actually sees the bill and knows that you've had an opportunity to read it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Niss?
Thank you, Mr. Borak, for that. However, I am going to move approval of this. And as I think Mr. Keene explained very well what it's going to do, and will modify our state law governing funding for the long-term stewardship of mitigation properties by public agencies.
I'll go ahead and second that. And I will make a comment that this bill is scheduled for a hearing. So I think it's important for us to get our message over to Rich Gordon for support. We're going to have to go to training on that machine, aren't we? Let's go ahead and vote on the board.
Fred?
And the measure passes with Councilmember Holman and Schmid voting no, and Councilmember Scharf absent. We have one final agenda item tonight, and that is Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. And let's go ahead just down the line. Councilmember Burt.
Well, I have a question. This afternoon, we got a notification of a special council meeting for tomorrow afternoon, and to my knowledge, there hadn't been any polling. I know I'm not available. I spoke Councilmember Holman. She's not available. Normally, we would have a polling and a little more information on the reason for the meeting. So I was surprised by the manner in which this was scheduled. So is there...
This was something that came up. Am I allowed to make these kinds of comments? Yeah. This is something that came up over the weekend that we needed to call a quick meeting on, and it is for closed session. So we're apologize for the late notice and the lack of polling. But we also have people leaving town throughout this week and next week as well. Molly, would you like to speak to this?
Perhaps it would just be helpful to clarify for council members. This is related to the work that you've been doing with respect to interviewing candidates for the city auditor position, and the item has developed to the point where there is some time sensitivity, and the mayor, vice mayor agreed that it was important that all council members get an update on that process and an opportunity to weigh in as soon as possible.
But all council members won't. So is this the only time that this could occur?
Well, there is more council members leaving the very next day, and we already have one out of the country. And like I say, there is time sensitivity to this. So we have noticed the meeting for tomorrow.
There
we do
are more
have
council members leaving the next day. So you're saying how many council members?
I have 6 council members for this closed session. We decided at retreat that we would be able to take up items with 6 council members, and I don't think we have another opportunity to try to capture this. We're doing it right before the policy and services meeting. So this was how we had to handle it this morning. Councilmember Berman.
So I had a chance to attend and speak at the grand opening for the Youth Speaks Out event at the Palo Alto Art Center, which this is the 3rd year of the Youth Speaks Out program, which is a really great program. It's now expanded to 3 schools, Gunn High School, Pally High School, and Jordan Middle School, where students get an opportunity to use art to express kind of their feelings about what it's like to grow up and be a youth in Palo Alto. The artwork's amazing. The descriptions that the students write up anonymously next to the artwork is amazing. There were some music performances at the kickoff that I think was Saturday evening at the Art Center that were really fantastic. It was great to see a lot of adults from the community out there supporting our youth. So I encourage everybody to go out to the Palo Alto Art Center and check it out.
Okay, Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. I attended VTA's groundbreaking ceremony for the Bus Rapid Transit Santa Clara Alum Rock portion of the overall project. It was held at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. It was particularly satisfying because I worked on the conceptual engineering and the preliminary engineering for this project and conducted over 60 community meetings. So it's nice to see actually a project you worked on begin to happen. Also on Sunday, several of us attended the ribbon cutting at California Avenue regarding California Avenue improvements and the farmers market extension. All of these improvements are supporting merchants, farmers market vendors, and the community. And it was a lot of fun because this took place right in the middle of the very active farmers market. It was great. Thank you to Tommy Fehrenbach and others for organizing that. And today I went to the Silicon Valley Sustainable Landscape Summit. Palo Alto Utilities was part of the organizing coalition, and they were a recipient of one of the Water Conservation Awards. It was extremely well done, and they deserve a lot of credit.
Great. Good.
Councilmember Klein.
Good on him.
Yes, you have in various, in your stack of paper at your places tonight was something that I asked the clerk's office to provide you, and that's the first page is called Current Reservoir Storage. This is one of the handouts at the Bosca Board of Directors meeting last Thursday, and I thought you all would be interested in the latest update from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission as to where we are with regard to the water in the Hetch Hetchy system. And they're very pretty charts. And I won't try to go over them in detail. I think that you're all familiar with them. But I do want to highlight a couple of things. One is the last page text. In the last line, Hetch Hetchy has a 65% probability of filling by July 1st. And that seems almost counterintuitive given, but they have all the data as to how many storms you can expect in March, April, and May. And hopefully we have a storm coming in tomorrow because this was written obviously last week and no precipitation since then. But as you can see in the charts, we're a little better off than we were in the bad drought of 77, 78. San Francisco's management of the system is not just for this year, it's also taking into account the possibility of a drought next year as well. We're still continuing on the 10% voluntary cutback. That's system-wide. But one interesting was that out of all these numbers is that the effects on various systems really varies. For example, the Alameda Alameda County Water District gets a certain portion of their water from the federal program, and it gets water from San Francisco, and it can go contractually, it can go back and forth. They're getting a 0% allocation from the feds this year, so they're taking more from Hetch Hetchy, which also means that our 10% really is a little bit more than 10%, more like 11 or 12% to balance that out. But their director provided what they're doing. They have a 20% mandatory reduction, which includes various things such as you can only water your lawn on Tuesdays and Thursdays or whatever, and things of that nature. No watering, no washing your car, so forth. But they are also worried about the increase this is going to mean in their water rates, because of course if you're selling less water, people are conserving, then you've got less revenues, and how do you make that up? Well, you've got to charge more. It's sort of a vicious cycle. So hopefully we're avoiding that so far, but if the If HSG doesn't get any more water between now and July 1st, we may be facing more cutbacks than just the voluntary 10% we have now, and we'll know more from San Francisco in late April.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Niss.
Since we're going to be gone next week, and I may have forgotten this by the time we get back, I'm going to go to a conference called Navigating the American Carbon World, which is going to be for the next 3 days, and I am one of the representatives from the Air Board.
And finally, Councilmember Holman.
I have one question before some more sad news, though. Is Fred Ballin raised an issue earlier in the meeting during oral communications about late information being provided at an ARB member, at an ARB meeting, and it seemed like from the description that was provided that it was a substantial amount of information, and just wondering if City Manager would follow up on potentially an appropriate resolution to that situation. So with that request, I'd ask the mayor if we could adjourn this evening's meeting in honor and memory of Tom Wyman. And Tom, most of you know, was a member of this community since the 1960s and very active in a variety of fashions. He and his wife Ellen created the Library Advisory Commission, where Tom served as the first chair. Tom was the president of the Palo Alto Historical Association, served on the History Museum board. He served on the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee and any number of other things. He and Ellen combined and individually fought adamantly what some would call now the residentialist perspective in this community, and fighting against high-rise development and fighting for our environment here. Staunch advocates, always allies to the environment and the community. Tom will be missed, and it was very sudden and shocking that that he passed away. As recent as December, I had the pleasure of working with Tom and 3 other individuals to create a Palo Alto Historical Association program where the panel of 4 shared their recollections, humor, and memories of Palo Alto and their passion about this community. And Tom was a vital part of that, and he will be sorely missed, and I personally miss him a great deal already. Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned.